Welcome everyone to Saturday Evening Chats. This is episode 85. And tonight we are joined by the co-host extraordinaire, Mr. DM Foss.
Good evening.
And first one in the backstage tonight was Mr. Rob D, the New York Outcast.
Hello, everybody.
And let's get to the intro.
In a world of uncertainty and turmoil, one man stands alone, along with his faithful sidekick. A man who entertains and educates the masses weekly, 70% of the time. Born out of the dusty plains of Washington State, now from the coastal forests of Oregon. The man, the myth, the man, G23.
So, they added a new little button. You can remove the comment you have hidden on the screen. So, first in was Uncle John, followed by Kingpin, Burnaby Sanchez, Mr. Manny Faces is out there. Misha N is out there. So welcome everyone. I know Misha's here to let me know that the Ducks are beating the Beavs, and so I do understand that is happening in the Civil War right now.
Ducks and Beeves. This some like porn tube war or something? What are you talking about?
It's the Civil War. That is our college football teams.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Foosballs for the devil.
Yes, sir. I see we got Mr. Gizzard Gary out in the crowd, so yeah, I've seen a couple of the initiatives that they're trying to get on there. It's the same ones that they tried getting on the last few elections and have gotten their asses spanked. Not quite sure that they can get it done again. So Manny says, what do you guys make of this new variant? Well, so if you actually research the doctor who found it in South Africa, she says that it's like a very weak strain, where everyone else in our government is blowing it out of proportion. So, I don't know. I don't hold much weight to it. Have you guys heard anything about it?
Yeah, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I did see a bunch of stories about how they skipped. It's which variant is it?
Omnicore or something like that. It should have been called New, NU, but then they figured that people might misrepresent it as a new virus altogether.
Well, it was supposed to be Z, XI, she, but it's too much like the Chinese leader Z.
Yeah. Yep. So, Miss Vanessa Kitty's out in the crowd. Mr. Outcast, you got an opinion on it?
I've heard just a little bit about it through TV, internet sources, stuff like that. That it's basically being flooded out as a oh my god type thing. So I don't really have an opinion as far as the research or any of that. All I can state is I'm not very concerned. I don't, true viruses, in my opinion, you can't really hide from. So, yeah, live life.
Yep. So Mystic has joined us out in the crowd. Welcome. So Misha says the only thing that would surprise me with a variant would be Rob moving out of New York.
That's the plan at some point shortly, hopefully. So, should hopefully get there soon.
Mr. Rob D, you have any announcement you want to make before we get too far into this show?
I like mac and cheese.
Maybe to do with a website?
Yeah. R&L Displays is having a sale again. If anybody's interested.
20%, 30%, 80%?
25 on the rifle, PCC, on the bigger displays in a sense. Handgun displays is 15%.
Misha says, what a sad plug.
Yeah, sorry. Have to work on it.
So what happened with the Beretta and Black Friday sales?
Nothing. Something I was interested, something I wanted to do, just didn't get around to doing it. So I don't know. It's still, well, for one, I would have had to make sure that a dealer was okay to accept it. And then for two, make sure Beretta was okay with sending it to New York. And, a lot of hoops would have had to been successfully hopped through last minute. So it wasn't really practical, unfortunately. But still, that's probably I'm assuming the next thing I'm going to purchase. Not next thing, but maybe next firearm.
I'm not sure if they offer a 10-round magazine.
The one I was looking at, between the two models, one did offer 10 rounds. So, and that was the one I was actually looking at as well. So, due to the cocker safety between the two.
Yeah, the two Berettas that I want are no longer in production, so that sale wouldn't have applied to them anyways. So, go figure. I see we've got 6-shooter Texan out in the crowd. So,
There's one of the handgun displays from R&L Displays.
Yep. Now I just need my handgun back.
that definitely does look pretty out there. So you gonna bring that to the range Foss?
Yeah, I can. Hoping to have something else that I saw today. Should have picked up. Didn't pick up. I'm gonna go back tomorrow, and if they still have it, then I'll pick it up.
How many people can you take to the range at one time?
One.
Oh. Damn.
I know.
I'd say we could have brought
Is that-
PNW Woods.
Is that free with your membership? You can bring a guest.
Yeah, I get. You get. I forget how many passes. And I can. Well, I can only take one guest at a time. But with my membership, I get a certain amount of passes for free, and then you can buy more for like $20. But
Okay.
they usually just give me a bunch since I bring people to the range to
The rain.
bring new shooters to the range. Then some of the guys will just, give me a bunch so I can bring new people.
That's cool. Yeah, the one I was in for a while, you could bring a guest, but it was like rare, rarely bring a guest is what they stated. So, or what they encouraged was you bought a guest membership. So, yeah, I probably should have done that, although nobody gave me crap, but I bring people often. But it was always in the evening because it was one of them 24/7 places. So you could go in there at 3 a.m. and have the place all to yourself usually.
I had to type a message to Mr. CW Longshot because for some reason YouTube doesn't like him commenting on my videos, and so they just like to delete his comments every time he makes a comment on one of my videos. So I had to tell him that at least they can't block your comments now because he's here in a live stream. So
I've had a couple people. Mike White is one of them, where YouTube kept deleting his stuff, and it was just normal comments about whatever the video was.
they'll delete.
If they start blocking you, you just got to say something stupid, because if you say anything that makes too much sense, they block you all the time. So just randomly, say Glocks look beautiful, things like that. You don't get blocked.
Mr. CW would be like, "Good morning," and they would delete that comment. What is wrong with saying good morning to somebody, or good afternoon, or good video? I don't see a damn thing wrong with it, but YouTube didn't like it.
Well, it's too polite. Come on now. If he said good morning, asshole, they probably would have let it go.
Yeah, probably the spam filter got him. And G-Web says, maybe the morning was not good.
It's true. Could have been fake news. Wasn't fact checked.
What's happening, Mr. Jamie? JH586. So, see, I guess maybe I'm not the only one, because Six Shooter says I have good comments deleted from my videos too. So I saw a couple news stories. I'm not quite sure if anyone has even really seen these. So I'm going to try to bring it up on screen. The first one I'm going to talk about is maybe San Francisco guard, a former cop, shot and killed protecting news crew covering a smash and grab. So he was shot in the abdomen during an attempted robbery of KRON TV's camera equipment near downtown Oakland. So I know Rob kind of heard a little bit about this beforehand. Have you heard anything about this, Foss?
No, I didn't hear about it.
So a security guard has died after he was shot while he protected a San Francisco Bay Area television news crew covering a smash and grab theft, part of a rash of organized retail crime in the region. We are devastated by the loss of security guard and our friend Kevin Nishida. Our deepest sympathies go to Kevin's wife, his children, his family, and to all of his friends and colleagues. KRON TV's Vice President and General Manager Jim Rose said in a statement issued Saturday. So I think that was issued today. The former police officer was an armed guard for Star Protection Agency and provided security for many reporters in the region. He was shot in the abdomen during an attempted robbery of KRON TV's camera equipment near downtown Oakland on Wednesday. Police said, from mob looting in San Francisco to deaths in Waukesha, these shocking crimes should be a wake-up call. The news crew was covering a recent robbery where a group of thieves broke in and stole from a clothing store. A reward of $32,500 is being offered for information that leads to the arrest in the Nishida's killing. So do you guys have any thoughts on this so far?
It's not good.
Yeah, it's I don't know, kind of ridiculous in a sense, but it goes to show what life is valued at to people looking for some quick money, apparently. So I would state, people, that people are allowing this to happen. So why wouldn't it continue? Why wouldn't it get worse? So it's a damn shame. It's life loss for some products or for some camera equipment. So, it's one of them things. You never know.
Yep. I don't know if they're trying to link it to. Okay, so I know also just a sec, I got crap playing in the background. There we go. I know that they were linking it to the, I think, to the same people that went into Home Depot and then stole a bunch of tools and stuff and tried and walked out. They stole some crowbars, some sledgehammers, and stuff like that. So, and walked out. They stole some crowbars, some sledgehammers, and stuff like that. So, the link should be out there, Artac, if you want to hit the link.
Gonna just state it's not gonna stop unless people stand up to stop it, whether that's the local government, police, or individuals. So it's the world we're letting them turn it into in some of these places.
Yep. So, in the future, there will be no more property, so no more crime.
Even with no property, there'd still be crime. So
you will
Yep,
own
those
nothing and be happy.
what's up, Artash?
Nothing,
So-
enjoying a day off.
Misha is saying, are you inciting vigilantism?
There's nothing wrong with
I inciting it? I'd state no. I am inciting for people to stand up for themselves and property or business. So that I wouldn't see as vigilantism. I'd see that as a human right, what you should do. Somebody that just randomly punches you in the face, you should defend yourself. And I'd like the legal ability to be there for the average citizen to do that in all states across the board. There should be a stand your ground or whatnot, in my opinion. And if so, you'd probably have a lot less of this BS crime because people know there can be swift consequences to this. So that's my opinion. I'd like to see the people have more power in the end, not necessarily government. I think people having power supported in a sense by the government, not making a bunch of criminals or all this, but I think that would be the safest way to do things personally. So because the local scumbag won't be able to get away with it if 5 people on the street don't let them. It's simple, in a sense. So, and that doesn't mean a mob or anything like that or hunting people down, but when the scumbag like jacks the old lady, I root for the old lady to shoot the son of the bitch. That's just what it is for me. If you're gonna risk somebody's life or well-being, to go up and slam an old lady down, rip her purse, hang there, jack her arm up, you deserve to get shot like a dog. Not even a dog. A dog is respectful, but in my opinion, I probably said too much.
Yeah, there's a G-Web says vigilante equals goes out looking for bad guys. No. And defending yourself is defending yourself. No? Question mark. And Miss Kitty says vigilantism or vigilant. You go out looking yourself for the ones who did you wrong. So.
I mean, it's very simple how to fix that stuff. The laws are already in place. You just have to have the police enforce them and your district attorney to prosecute them. If they do not do their jobs and you continue to let district prosecutors that are Democrats and politicians, when you live in a state that has one party, you get what you sow. And so tough luck, Buttercup. Either move or change or do something to change it. And I can't believe he lost his life over some TV equipment. I sure the hell wouldn't have put my life on the line for some TV equipment.
Well, now, how much of that are they releasing? You know, it could have been that he was just standing in between, um,
Accidentally shot, maybe.
and they saw that he was armed, because if he was an
Mhm.
armed guard, he probably had it out in the open, and
Yeah.
so they just shot him. Hey, get this guy
So
with a gun out of the equation.
right. I mean, here there's other things too. If he, if he's working as an armed guard, then he should have been. He should have had a uniform on, and no, not unless he was working plain clothes. Then how did they see the gun? Why wasn't it concealed? There's a lot of questions there to be answered. But as I say, the network medias are nothing. They are the problem in this country. You want to know why the country is so divided? It's because the lying media and their little shills and Google, YouTube is all of them are behind it. They're all left leaning, so they're going to hide stuff. So is when the people lose complete faith in the media, then we'll have our country back, and then you can go talk to the left wing nut job who's no longer radicalized by the media, and they'll come back to the center, hopefully, if they're not completely
Possibly.
if they're not completely brainwashed, because they've gone too far. Um, in the movies, they control
but
Hollywood.
these most peaceful protests that we've been allowing for the last year and a half, 2 years, have just emboldened and empowered your crooks and your criminals to go bigger, do more.
Well, blood and death and destruction and mayhem sells ratings. That's what they want. And you notice that 9 times out of 10, all these issues are in completely blue controlled states. So, I mean, yeah, it's all part of their agenda. I know the media agenda, I guess, is the quest for more money and power, because right now they control half the population. I mean, realistically, they control half the U.S. population. The media does.
Yep. So, Mr. 223 DMR just popped into the crowd. Welcome, bud. So, I don't know. There was a shooting at the Tacoma Mall on Black Friday. I haven't completely read through the story on it, but yeah, kind of sounds, I don't know. Let me read part of it to you guys and see what your thoughts are on this.
It kind of sound made up.
So it sounds more like it was, gang violence to me. So Tacoma Mall shooting sends Black Friday shoppers fleeing. At least one wounded. No active shooter remained at the Tacoma Mall. Of course not. About 30 miles south of Seattle, a report said. A manhunt is underway in western Washington late Friday after gunfire in a crowded Tacoma Mall on Black Friday left at least one person wounded. No active shooter remained at the mall. The shooting sent shoppers running, with some sheltering in place and stores forced to lock down.
Do they have CCW in Washington State?
Yeah. Yep. And they have open carry without a license.
So there's a whole bunch of sheep there, and one wolf got loose.
Well, you also Tacoma is
Anti-gun.
well a
Kind
little,
of a
but
hole.
there's a lot of negative things in Tacoma. There's some nice areas of Tacoma, but probably 90% of it is not very
Pleasant.
yeah.
Well, there's
you're missing it.
Kind of
Hilltop used to be mainly Crip area, and then they got pushed out 20 years ago. It's kind of spread out a little bit, but it's been known for gang activity in certain areas.
Also, that's why I had to make the national news then.
Well,
Doesn't
people
fit
are
the
cheap.
agenda.
Don't forget. So most of these people that could have took a shot or done something, instead of grabbing a gun, they just, stuffed whatever they were holding on to in their pocket as they ran.
And then some of them, if they had their family, their wives and kids with them, they decided that it would be better to make sure they got their family to safety instead of going and trying to confront a situation that kind of sounds, because I'll finish reading part of the story. It says, we heard a stampede running through the center of the mall and people trying to run in. And the staff here at our store immediately went and locked the store. Witness Ari Moore told Fox 13. While they did that, they had everybody in the store move to the back of the store and get low. They kept talking about how there's no word on the victim's condition. Officials were also searching for additional victims.
Yeah, it sounds like gang issues.
Yeah.
Especially
Possibly.
since the Crips were there. Like, they weren't out there ringing a bell for the Salvation Army.
And, you can, it's not like there was a mass shooting, because it doesn't sound like there was more than maybe one intended victim. So they were probably out there shopping and, oh shit, here's somebody I hate. And I got to my gun quicker than you could get to your gun. It happens, guys.
Never. It sounds like rival gangs. Maybe it was even rival baby daddies.
And there's always the wannabes also.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
And actually, the wannabes are probably more violent and everything than your true gangsters, because they're trying to make a name for themselves.
What's up with that?
Whoa. But you gotta make, a definition or show a difference there, because true gangsters, you'd never know was a gangster. What you're probably referring to is like thugs, the street gangs, that type of stuff. That's a whole different,
that's just
whole different. There's two different levels. No, I'm just serious. You know what I mean? Like the big dogs don't run around flossing and saying they're the big dogs and shit. That's the structure. The structure's different. It's totally different.
No,
like Trump might be a gangster. I'm not saying he is. I'm just giving you an example. You know what I mean?
He probably missed his
and people would never suspect it. That would be a real gangster. But these people nowadays, they get it's all.
Well,
It's
so-
just ridiculous.
I know
So
what
if you-
you're saying, Rob, but I'm
if
telling
we
you
want
right
to go,
now,
if we want to go to the makeup of like your gang, you have your foot soldiers that are on the ground. They're out there hustling. They're out selling narcotics. They're out doing all your petty thefts, and they're the ones that are going to more likely be out there doing your drive-bys. And then you step up from there, and you've got some more of like your enforcer types that are going to be, protecting the OGs, the original gangsters, the guys that have put in the time, that have made a name for themselves, who've, probably been to prison and kept their mouth shut about what was going on. Did their time and came back out and took their rightful place back in the set.
right? There are so many successful programs that that the Democrats have funded over the years that could help with these epidemic of gang violence and thug violence. And I just recently watched one where two young kids from Colorado, named Jimmy and Timmy, got the Bloods and the Crips locked into the local. Sorry, I couldn't do that without laughing. Local community center, and they hashed out their thing. They hashed out their issues over a game of basketball. Or was it just an episode of South Park? I can't remember.
Yeah, that was probably just South Park. And so where a lot of people have the misunderstanding, if you actually break it down, so you've got your Bloods and your Crips. And back in the day, they had problems. Nowadays, you got more Crip on Crip crime, and you've got more blood on blood crime, because you've got different, sets,
Factions.
that all want control.
But really,
Just like the Democrats and the Republicans.
Oh yeah, well, yeah.
Yep.
Well, that's why political parties should be outlawed. But that's beside the point. But but really, G, you're not talking about gang violence. You're just talking about black on black violence, and that's just racist.
Because you have your white gangs, you have your black gangs, your black gangs, you have your Mexican gangs like Sunos Trece, Eastside Pyru. You got your Latin Kings, your MS-13. I can sit there and go through and name a bunch of them.
Yeah, but you're missing the most dangerous gang of all.
The media.
Exactly. And the second most dangerous gang of all. The White House Biden gang.
So
because they're international. What was y'all talking about before I got here? Something positive? Let's say some positive news. Anybody buy any new guns for Black Friday?
no.
Really, I did. I bought two.
I wanted to take, because Brutto had an amazing Black Friday special going on.
What'd it be?
But, so pretty much, what was it? $400 off $1,000. You get up to
2 off anything over 5.
Yeah, you can get up to 60% off on some of their stuff site-wide. So,
Throw the link up. Can you do that on the live chat?
no.
Oh.
Anything linking to firearms or firearm accessories
Yeah.
is a community strikeable offense. So,
Know what I bought?
an R&L display.
More duct tape for your Honda?
Something cheap.
No, this will impress you though.
Okay.
Some Star Crunch.
Yeah.
Well, yes, I did buy those, but
That's not healthy food, though.
Black Friday, whew, I bought 2 thermocouplers for my furnace for $8.50 a piece. Yeah, that's probably a normal price, but that's what I bought for Black Friday.
Oh, I bought a Mossberg Model 500 410 pump shotgun and the Savage 94F 22 semi-automatic.
So which one are you giving me?
I will let you pick when you move to Tennessee.
All right, I have to remember that.
Okay.
Now, by move, you need proof? Like you got to come over for dinner, or
Not only do I got to come over for dinner, I got to have a all access to the shooting range.
oh,
I think that's fair.
better be one hell of a dinner.
What? No. Oh yeah, if you move it, yeah, I'll let you come over for dinner. I'll make you some. I'll make you some Kentucky Ease food or some steak hoagies, real steak hoagies, not that crap they pawn off up there in New York. I ain't talking about Philly cheesesteaks or anything like that, but steak hoagie.
I had the holiday curse.
Was you got food
Normal.
poisoning?
Now I woke up Thanksgiving Day freezing in bed, like freezing, and the heat went out due to the thermocouple. So usually not a big deal. I usually buy them a few at a time, except apparently I was on my last one. So, and then nothing local was open to purchase another one. So thankfully I have several other sources of heat and was able to bust out. I went with electric, but needless to state, recovered with having company over and everything. And of course, putting the electric in, that ended up blowing a fuse and this and that turned out to be an issue. But thankfully I had extra fuses available as well. So, because it's old school. But, so holiday curse, something breaks. So, remember, I think it might have been last year, the spout on the faucet ended up like cracking and water started shooting out and stuff. So there's always something. So I wasn't let down.
Well, that's kind of what happens when you live in a house that's 114 years old.
Yeah, it's always something.
To answer G Webb's question out there, what food is Tennessee famous for? I would have to say it would be West Tennessee, and it would be the barbecue from Memphis.
That's what Uncle John says is Memphis barbecue. But isn't that like a sweet style barbecue?
I don't know. When I, because I'm from Kentucky, barbecue there, we had both types. It was never preference, but it really depends on who's cooking it. If they're going to use a sweet sauce or not. So I can't say yes or no to that.
Yeah, I'm more of a smoky mesquite with a little bit of spice to it.
See, that's what you trust me. You want good barbecue, got to be made by black people.
What's wrong with craft original?
Sweet Baby Ray's is pretty good, but then you still gotta doctor that up. I haven't found an actual like barbecue sauce that's like on the market that I can just say, okay, this is what I'm going to use, and I'm not going to do anything to it. So yes,
Tennessee is famous for Jack Daniels.
Oh yeah, we do have Jack Daniel's barbecue sauce. on the shelf. And then we also, I like John Boy and Billy grilling sauce. But I use the Jack Daniels a lot too when I grill.
Now, who's used Carolina Reapers in your barbecue marinade?
I'd have to say no. I don't. I like. Let me say. I like spicy stuff, but when the heat overcomes the taste, then it's useless. You know what I mean? That's just me.
Totally agree. Totally agree.
Well, that's why if you're doing it like in a marinade, you should be able to control how much heat you're gonna get.
Because we used to go when I was doing military funeral honors down in Chattanooga. We used to go Los Reyes and eat afterwards. And one of the guys just was nothing affected him. He got this damn hot sauce for the chips, so I just dipped it right a little bit and let it all run off. And before I got that damn thing, that chip to my lips were already numb. I didn't even touch it. So that right there told me that, one, I'm not going to be able to taste the damn thing when I bought it. So I ate the chip, and God, I drank like 4 margaritas before I went down like 10 degrees. But got full, ate that whole thing, and he turned redder than Santa Claus's hat.
Yeah.
I used to eat I still have eating hot things as a challenge or this or that or whatever. It's not a big deal, but enjoying food, there's definitely a level of spice where, level of hotness, which once you get past that, it's kind of just a damn waste. I mean, like some chicken wings, if you get them so hot, by your third wing, your nose is dripping or almost, and your lips are almost numb. You're not tasting any of that. It's just, kind of sucks. You're ripping yourself off in a sense, just to say, oh, I like it hot. I'm a tough guy or something. I don't know. I just don't get it. If it comes down to just like a hot contest, I'm in with you, but I don't want my dinner to be destroyed by it every evening. Although I do like with rice and stuff, throwing a little Frank's Red Hot on or whatever, this or that. There's the levels of hotness where you can still enjoy the food, but some of this is just ridiculous. I think, if it hurts coming out, it's probably too damn hot.
I agree, because I put Tony's on everything, or used to put tobacco sauce on everything. Of course, if you're eating MRE, tobacco sauce is usually your friend.
Oh, yeah.
Unless it's the jalapeno cheese, then it's good by itself. But we started using, when I moved down here, we found some Frank's hot sauce. And if you ever seen those commercials, they're funny as hell, because he's like, oh, I use Frank's hot sauce, and I put that shit on everything. And they had some old lady doing that, and I was like, if you're willing to pay that old lady to say that, I'm willing to go buy a bottle and try it. It's pretty decent. It's not overpowering.
Is that the Tabasco Chipotle sauce?
No, it's not Chipotle.
It's an MRE hot sauce. So
I got a couple of those bottles. I got one that's got the green sauce in it.
Oh yeah, the shape of the label looks like the Tabasco triangle.
Oh, it's Tabasco sauce.
Yeah, so and the color makes it look like it would be their Chipotle flavor.
I think that's their green one.
Nope, their green is a salsa verde.
Because I have one. They don't do those no more. They put them in like ketchup packs now. Which is.
Yeah, I used to collect those and coffee. So usually it's that damn decaf crap, but still taste like home. kind of. And a lot of times you're just like dumping the packet, dump a little bit of sugar in your mouth and then take a swig off a canteen and then just whoosh it around like you would your mouthwash. And it's a little bit of home.
That's a rough way to do it, man.
Hey, man, it works. Yeah, it's cleaner, it's quicker.
I don't like coffee anyway, so I always traded it for whatever the beverage pack was, as long as it wasn't that damn ass. The mochaccino wasn't too bad.
The powdered drinks.
Yeah, the powdered drinks.
Yeah, I'd trade those off a lot of the times. Yeah.
The powdered
and
powdered
candy.
milkshake.
You get anything for candy.
Right. The powdered milkshake was the worst of all time, I think. Because there's no way in hell you
the chocolate bars too. I don't know. Yeah, there was a couple different ones, but I wouldn't eat any of those. Oh no.
The power bars were pretty good.
So, Gizzard says Sriracha for the win. And
it's not bad.
Not bad. 45 Alpha Charlie Papa says heat for taste, not just for fire. And Texas Bullet says my brother-in-law ruined a huge pot of crawfish boil. Way too hot to enjoy.
That's a shame.
It happens. My lady ruined some chili not long ago. So, well, she didn't ruin it. I could eat it, but nobody else could. And so I got extra. Well, she ruined it for herself.
So what you're saying though is later on you use kitchen toilet paper on fire?
It was a little rough, but it was borderline. But it was some good chili, man.
Captain Havishjack used to make some of his what the hell he call it? Asshole busting chili. And I finally found out what he was putting in it. He was putting a whole bottle of Tabasco sauce in it.
Tabasco sauce isn't that hot.
He had the hot stuff. It wasn't the regular Tabasco sauce. It was hot stuff. Super hot or something.
If you want some hot stuff, and it's considered like a Tabasco style, get Valentina. Wow, the duck game and the beaver game, they're starting to brawl. So yeah,
isn't that illegal in football now? Aren't they gonna arrest each other for assault and brain damage and attempted brain damage and stuff like that?
Well, they're already football players, so they're not smart to begin with.
I'm gonna say,
that was funny. Football has been very, very good to me.
National Felon League.
Yep.
Now I'll just say, as a whole, I think it's ridiculous. A bunch of overpaid people, but some of them do some good stuff. So we'll put that out there. So, but in general, it seemed ridiculous.
So, G, what do you think about the Beretta APX since I'm on their website now?
I think it's a very underrated firearm for being a modular firearm like the P320.
It is somewhat modular, isn't it?
No, it's completely modular.
Does it have a fire control group? I hadn't
Yeah.
showed me that picture yet. They're just showing the grip, how the grips come off the frame.
Yep.
So it does have a fire control group.
So yeah, it's completely
Kingpin has one. Next time he's around or you see him, you could ask him. But I believe he's had good things to say about him.
I mean, I just dislike the M9 so much.
You gotta switch to the APX. I think they look all right, man. Personally,
Yeah, I was looking.
I haven't had hands on, but from images, I seen Kingpins, but but I didn't get to play with it down at the White House, or not White House. Oh boy, yeah, scratch that. But
was you down there?
I believe Harrisburg, or one of the rally, but no, damn it. I don't know. Never mind. I never say nothing. But Nielsen State.
The January 6th incident.
No, yeah, it wasn't then. So, but sorry, Kingpin. But he wasn't breaking any laws to show it to me when I seen it. So I'll put it that way. So, but I haven't had hands on, but from what I've seen, I mean, they look decent to me.
I've seen a couple, but I didn't handle them. Now I see the fire control group out of it. Interesting.
Misha says, all I heard was he's seen Kingpins, but hasn't gotten to play with it.
Yeah, they hadn't made it to the bathroom yet.
Oh, God.
I'd be more. I'm not.
He said, Beretta Kingpin's APX. So, if you guys weren't paying attention, that's
Pistolero. I'm more concerned that he went to the White House, and I want to know how.
No,
if Rob, if you need to talk about how Joe Biden assaulted you and smelled you and sniffed you and all that, I mean, we're here to listen.
No, I wasn't assaulted by the old man.
Come on, man. Oh, that's right. You might be a little too old for him.
Probably.
So I went and since we're not talking about guns, try to steer it to guns. I went and compared my Canik TP9 SF versus the Meta. Of course, it's kind of like comparing a Glock 19 versus a Glock 17 because of barrel length and all that. And I took some of my free 9mm reloaded ammo that I got and had a terrible time because they weren't. Because on the early Caniks that came in, they got that super strong recoil spring in them, because they're made for, well, the recoil springs are designed for the 147 grain NATO ball ammo.
Would you make a bunch of wimpy ass rounds?
No, I don't reload. These were given to me. I had about 10,000 rounds given to me because I helped somebody liquidate their collection.
So they gave you their wimpy ass rounds. Okay.
Pretty much, but free ammo is free ammo, right?
True.
And these were hollow.
As long as it works.
Well, the Meta actually ran them a little bit better versus the TP9 or Meta. I don't know how the hell they're pronouncing that. But I did the video on it, and it was who was it? I think Foss said he said he would have lost patience. I knew this going into it with at least the TP9 that it might not cycle 100% and get stovepipes. So
it was frustrating just watching you go through that. I can't imagine having to do it myself.
God, you should. I didn't even post the video that I took with the Phoenix Arms 22 because I took a yellow box of Winchester Super X, and it did not cycle. It did not like the ammo enough. It wasn't pushing the frame back. The slide back hard enough, so it cycled right. So I got some CCI stingers. I'm gonna stick in it, see how it does that next time I go. But yeah, it was definitely frustrating. I took my my Glock
Stingers are bigger casing, just so you're aware. So they might have cycling issues too. So
no,
they're actually
They're mini mags is what I got here. I just looked at them.
Okay, so I'm gonna say they're technically the casing's just a little taller.
A little taller. It might fit in that.
Yep.
And it's all G Webb's fault for me because I got that damn Phoenix arm. He showed that video about them being made in California and having all those stupid safeties on them and shit like that. And I bought it just to piss California off, really. So I was kind of hoping it would run. So
Well, what do you mean, the Easy or something? You got one of the Easies?
No, the Phoenix Arms 22.
Oh, okay.
I
Sorry.
was kind of hoping it would run, but no, I took the same ammo that I had the problem with in the mechanics, and I had my Glock with me with the pistol brace on it, which I was going to shoot video for it, and it wasn't ejecting out of the Glock right, so that's kind of my baseline that I base everything on. Other semi-automatic pistols that are double stacked. So if that ammo wasn't running right out of my Glock, then it wouldn't run right out of the mechanics. I did that as a control part of the experiment. But I tell you, one ammo that TP9 likes is that cheap ass, poorly produced Winchester steel cased ammo. It will run that ammo like butter for some damn reason. Kind of weird.
Look at you bitching about a cheap date. What's wrong with that, man?
So 45 Alpha Charlie Papa says, just locked the slide for a few weeks. Did that to my mechanic and no issue since.
Yeah, I did that earlier, but this is not, I don't think, because the same thing that happened on the mechanic was happening on the Glock, so it's not the recoil spring. I did do that about a year ago or 2 years ago. I locked it back for about a month and a half to help release some of that stiff spring. I'm just going to go ahead and buy another spring for it. Especially
it's probably not the gun. It's the ammo. Somebody gave him Widowmaker rounds. Whoever gave you those rounds, keep them away from your wife, buddy.
That won't be a problem, Rob, since my wife's not here no more.
Okay, well, keep them away from your kids.
I'm good. I was gonna fuck with you about that, but I won't. But anyway, yeah, I use them when I go around to test guns because my Kimber 1911 and 9mm did not like these damn things at all, and it would jam up on them too. So I use them as control rounds or just range ammo. And I did have a squid come off of one, so I'm going to get me a scale and start weighing them. I'm going to take one apart and weigh it and then start weighing the rest of them because I got like 5,000 rounds of 9mm that are reloaded.
Wow.
For free. So,
wow.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a lot to, not want to use or toss it aside. That's a shame.
And I done shot about 3,000. Well, no, wait a minute. I had more than that. How many 9mm rounds were loose?
Just don't do any mag dumps.
No. When I take those bad boys, there are no mag dumps. And if somebody like a relative or somebody else is shooting, because Victoria doesn't shoot 9mm, I always tell them, hey, don't do mag dumps because you might get a squid round. Now, out of all this ammo that I got, and it was more than 10, out of all of it, I've only had 4 squid rounds.
Only?
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah, but we're talking about 10,000 rounds of ammo this guy reloaded.
But still, that's 4 possibilities you could have killed yourself. Or not necessarily killed yourself, but destroyed a firearm, maybe seriously injured yourself. It's pretty crappy.
Yeah, it's pretty crappy, but it's free. That's 10,000 rounds free.
Yeah.
And
Free
that's
opportunity to lose your hand.
right. Well, out of 5,000 rounds. So what's the what would be the ratio for 5,000 rounds on newly manufactured ammo? Anybody got any idea?
I don't know. I can say I've never come across one personally.
What, a squid
So
round? A new
yeah,
one? I have.
yep.
Well,
Out of factory ammo. I've had issues with factory ammo, but never around not entering or exiting the barrel or whatever. You know what I mean? Never had a technical squib from factory ammunition.
I've had one rifle round.
Yeah.
I had one rifle round, and I've had 3 pistol rounds, and one. No, wait a minute. Sorry, it's 2 pistol rounds. One in 9mm, one in 45, and knew it immediately when I pulled the trigger. It was just primer popping. And then the one I had in a rifle was in one of those boutique ammo manufacturers that makes like 7.35 Italian Carcano. And I knew it when I pulled the trigger on it. So, yeah, to say that my sense is heightening around for squid load since I've had 3 of them. And then now I had one round get stuck in there, case split, and after I fired it.
Yeah, that's not good when a case splits. That means somebody was not paying attention when they were
reloading. Yep. Like I said, when the old man died, he was like, oh shit, he was like 76, 77. And God knows.
What about G23 and DM Foss? Have you ever had a squib load of factory ammunition?
Yes.
No.
And I've had one on boutique rifle ammo. So on factory. So I've only had one on factory. I've had factory ammo that would not run right. That steel case Winchester.
I had one out of a Remington Golden Dud. The Remington bulk 22 ammo that did not clear. It did not clear the belt. Well, you ask if it's happened. That's probably the only one.
It's true. It's no shock.
Now I had
go ahead.
I had a Aguilera 22 blowout at the extractor on me. What was it, about 3-4 months ago, I think, or 6 months ago, when I shot that Walther PPK in 22 long rifle. It was like I bought a box of 50. Round number 40 is the one it did it on, and it blew out blew out the bottom of the case, out the side. I thought I had a squid round, or I had 2 rounds in there when it did it, and I didn't, because I just had put up a fresh target, so there was only one bullet on the target. I'd figure if it was a squid load, I'd see 2 different holes. I looked at the case; it blew out on the side, around the rim, of all places. So that's the only problem I've had with their ammo, and I've shot their 32s and 25 ACP all the time.
Yeah. So far for me, like I said, no squibs. I've had ammo where it especially 22s, like those Golden Duds, where the round itself, the actual lead is like tilted in there. It's not even set right, so it won't even feed into a chamber. I've seen a bunch of crap with that. Or you'll try to hit them and the primer doesn't ignite. You can, spin it, rotate it, hit it. You can run it like a clock and that son of a gun won't ignite. Not that I continuously mess with it, but I have experimented with them. But other than that, had a round where the hole wasn't drilled in the case from the primer pocket to the powder. and so obviously it didn't ignite the powder or dislodge the actual round itself. So just kind of seized up in the gun with the primer burning off, basically. So, but other than that, no squibs. Normally, yeah, don't tend to have that issue with reloaded shotgun shells. I've ripped off the back portion of the shell or the case or whatever you want to call that, the brass.
The hole?
With with extractor before. Well, the hole is like the plastic part, I believe. So on the outside.
Yeah, I think it all.
But yeah,
I
I'm
think
talking
it
about
falls
the
whole
brass.
entire. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've ripped off the walls before, things like that. But those shells were reloaded a few times. So, but other than that, with normal factory ammo, I usually don't have any issues. UMCs, that was scary shooting a box of those where every trigger pull, it sounded different. The pitch of the sound and everything. So that had me a little scared. So I try to avoid those. And you could visibly set them on a table and they were different heights. They went up and down like a graph kind of. So at first I thought they packaged them wrong. Like it was 380 or something. Cause they were so much shorter than a Federal or Winchester. And then I pulled more out and seen some were taller, some were shorter. So, that was scary, but typically don't have those issues.
So Night Strike is out in the crowd. Welcome.
Misha said, where is squid loaded at?
Squib load?
No, he says, where is squid load at?
Squib. SQUIB.
Yeah, that's what he said, squid.
No, there's no D. Squib.
Hey, listen, you can't get my Kentucky accent out of me, so stop it.
So
anyway, they're usually loaded in the barrels.
yeah, well, I think he was talking about the guy out of Michigan who calls himself Squibload on YouTube. So since we've said his name like 500 times, figured maybe he'd show up.
It's kind of like Beetlejuice. You got to say it 3 times and he shows up.
Yeah, kind of like with Clover Tack. If you say 22 long rifle too many times, he shows up.
Yeah.
Boy,
last time I knew Squib was hunting, so he's probably off on a little hunting vacation at this point.
Night Strike wants a link.
I see that.
$12.99
per person.
$24.99
for the first minute. Each additional
is $19.99. We auctioning this off,
or we can settle this right now for 500 rounds.
A 40 cal.
Oh, that's fine. I'll go shoot that junk.
No.
I'll go shoot 9mm or 10mm light.
So you guys have a good Thanksgiving or what? Nobody's even mentioned it really.
I didn't do anything for it.
Any fights within the family?
Oh yeah,
Uncle so and so getting a fight with so and so. I mean, anything good happen?
Well, we're going to have a real good one between myself and my niece because she's a Bernie Sanders supporter and likes Joe Biden. And I started saying something, but my sister stopped it before it could go too far. She's like, I don't want to hear that shit. And I was like,
well, that's how it goes. And then somebody just can't help themselves. And then it usually blows up.
Yeah, then my niece left after that. So, but my dad was sitting next to me and we started laughing when I said it. And I said about President Puddinhead and something else. And anyway, I don't remember how it was. I've slept.
So you were the instigator, huh?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. So you're not. You can react, but you're not supposed to be the instigator, because then everybody's just gonna blame you.
Well, if she would have kept her mouth shut, then it wouldn't have been. I was stating fact. And when people who are geared to the left side of which is strange because my sister's not a left winger, my niece's husband, he sits there and be quiet. He's talking about. She said Trump was racist. I said how, and then that's what started it right there. And I said, you mean like Joe Biden? He's the real racist. And she's like, well, how's he a racist? And I said, well, he said he didn't want his he went to Richard Byrd's funeral and claimed that he was one of his good friends. I said, she said, well, who's that? I said, he was a Grand Wizard in the Klan. Oh, well, that was 30 years ago. I said, he was a racist. He's always been a racist. He even, if Trump would have said half the shit that Joe Biden has stated in the last 3 years, I would say Trump was a racist.
Yeah.
I see we have HIPAA out in the crowd. Welcome, HIPAA. Yeah, I didn't see you on any of the chats yesterday either.
Yeah.
Didn't see you over on Georgia Shooting Connection or over on Echo's Reloading Chamber yesterday. So
I was on Echoes for a bit.
no, you weren't. You were in his side chat. I was on the panel.
No, I was on the panel too.
You weren't on the Reloading panel?
No, I was on the other one.
Oh, you were on
The Thanksgiving Day one.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't that one? I think that was AR Guns.
Yeah.
That was the hosting that one on his channel.
No, well, he was also hosting on Echo's channel too. So it was a double thing. But anyway,
Well.
yeah. But I was there. I promise, I was there.
I know you were there on the Thanksgiving one.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to jump on that one because I was doing some other crap.
Give the man a break. He's got a life. He's got family. He's got girlfriends. He's got things to attend.
Night Strike doesn't have
things
crap to do.
No,
hey,
I've got family. I've got family, as Rob said. But no, unfortunately, there's no Mrs. Strike. I would like there to be one, but there is no Mrs. Strike.
MCK,
So the guys in the
have fun
pets.
at work.
A lot of news anchors are.
No. Yeah. I'm about as much into pets as you are with firecrackers on your car.
So the guy likes robots. Leave him alone.
Did you see his live video that he did earlier today at the alleged gun show?
I was at the gun show today.
Allegedly.
What gun show?
What do you mean allegedly?
End up
You
being
were-
at
you never-
Chippendale's place.
You
I
never
posted
went
a picture.
inside.
I can't take pictures inside. They won't let you.
You can do whatever you want as long as you don't get caught.
No, you can't. Especially with deputy sheriffs all around there. No, thank you.
So you couldn't take pictures inside a gun show.
No, I couldn't.
All you gotta do is have a friggin' pocket on your shirt
With a hole in it. I mean, come on, James Bond.
and put your cell phone in your pocket with the face against your chest, and you could be walking around videoing.
Yeah.
No one's gonna know that.
Yeah, but I did go to the gun show today. Prices,
Allegedly.
the prices, we'll say, were not stellar. The prices were the opposite of stellar. They were awful.
Yeah, it's just like Dunham's.
Yeah.
So I see we got Willie Bulletman out in the crowd. We got Mr. F&H out there. And I do believe Willie has a link,
Willie
which
said
would
he
fill
can't
up
join.
the panel.
Willie said he can't come in because he's doing things with his wife. It seems that Willie has a shorter leash than Rob does.
Willie never said that.
Yeah, he did. Go back up in the chat and see
No, Willie didn't say that. Willie's wife said that.
it.
See, there's a little bit of difference there.
Kyle,
Maybe
you know
he's just more respectable.
Why? Why? Because his lease is shorter than yours?
I see two comments from him. One where he says hi HIPAA, and one where he says hello, Mr. Mark.
Oh, good.
Oh.
Go up a little bit more. It says, hello,
Oh,
everyone.
there.
Sorry, I'm not able to join you all. I have to go out with my wife.
Ah.
Unquote.
And then he says, okay, easy.
We're not going easy on you, Willie. Not this
Nope.
time.
Don't worry, Willie. These guys, half of them ain't even seen a woman in 20 years. Don't worry.
Hey, that's not true.
Yeah, I went to the grocery store today. There was 3 of them there.
Night Strike has seen him. They just won't talk to him.
That's harsh, man. That's harsh. That's harsher than RTAC. I mean, you know.
Even if he pays them, they won't talk to him.
Ooh.
Whoa. I never said that.
So there you go. He's admitted to paying him.
No, no, stop. You stop.
Hey, easy.
Stop.
Willie says it's okay. He's not driving a Honda.
Oh.
You know, the thing is, though, Rob will be able to import his Honda to California because, it's biodegradable.
You know what they say about Hondas in California, right? By age 30, your Honda has more plastic than our women. Our women have more plastic than your Honda. So that's California for you.
They always want to ban plastic out there. When are they going to start banning plastic surgery for fake tits and fake asses and
You can't. That's their base.
That's their bread and butter.
Okay.
That's their bread and butter. They're not going to do that.
Well, I want them to ban false advertising. Damn it!
No. Rob wants them all to eat a salad. That's what Rob wants.
That's right. Right.
Rob ain't got nothing about. And you missed that Night Strike. He showed a picture of Star Crunch. He's not eating healthy.
Did he have a salad next to the turkey? Is that
no?
Is
he
that
had a box of Star Crunches, man.
Okay, so Mr. F&H wrote a friggin' novel here. So he says, got a Midwest Industries 2-piece free float quad rail installed on my PSA KS 47 rifle, chambered in 7.62 by 39. I also upgraded to an aftermarket firing pin. Looking good now with the Magpul angled grip.
So he's got a bastardized AR pistol.
Well, no.
A bastardized AR that takes AK mags and runs 7.62 by 39.
Is the KS the AK, the full-on AK version, or is
no? That's the AR.
Okay, I had one of these. Okay,
that's the AR lower that takes AK-47.
KS-47 is just PSA's attempt at the CMMG mutant. That's all it is.
Oh, so just another bastardized version. Okay,
that's all it is.
No, I know. PSA makes an actual AK.
They make AKs. They make 74s and 47s.
Yep,
and they're also making Romanian. They're also getting some Romanian imports too now.
Romanian parts kits.
No, they're building Romanian rifles.
Yeah, the Romanian parts kits, and they're bringing them in, and then they have to assemble them here in the United States.
Yeah, they're putting the R92 or the 92R compliant parts on it.
Where the hell is the PS90 at, is my question, Misha says. I don't know, man. I don't know, Misha.
I have never bought a single thing from PSA, and I can't ever say that I will buy anything from PSA. So.
No, because I can buy most of the stuff somewhere else cheaper. 9 times out of 10. Now they do run some steals on the Turkish-made shotguns. they were some of them were running like $300, $250, and $150. I walked past the G-Force 12 gauge pump on sale today for $150.
So he has admitted that it is a bastardized weapon that should be like set on fire, and whoever thought of the plan should be like put in front of a firing squad.
Actually, I think it's the KS 47, the ones that I've got. They're more reliable. They're more reliable with the AK mags versus the AR style mag.
Yep, he might get removed again.
Who's that?
He might.
Yeah, that bastardized weapon. I find no love for it. Ooh. And China Strike ran off. I mean, Night Strike ran off.
Hey, he just got over 1,000 subscribers, didn't he?
You kicked me out again. What the hell?
No one kicked you out.
Someone
You just disappeared.
Someone kicked me out. I have no idea who.
And then it was probably StreamYard.
Probably.
They probably intended, because you were then at the point where RTAC is now. It was an accident to,
I think I got kicked out too.
No, StreamYard. You didn't get. I did remove you and bring you back when you were trying to defend a bastardized weapon.
Really? God, how does it feel to be YouTube now and shadow banning somebody?
Well, they say most accidents happen on the road. So what's your excuse?
Who are you talking to?
I have no. Oh, Willie says that he kicked you.
Oh no! That hurts, Willie. That hurts.
So we have Affordable Armory in the crowd.
I'd like to see it in Affordable Armory. I'll tell you that right now.
Hey, I'll pay money to see Willie kick Night Strike.
Willie
won't do that. He's got class. Unlike RTAC.
He said exactly. All my class left me back in September. So he said he kicked him. I want to see that.
What? Willie could easily kick. So I gotta get Affordable Armory on here one of these days. What kind of poll would you want, Mr. Warsaw? He said a poll for AK's PSA versus Arsenal.
I'm going to go PSA.
I'm going to go Romanian.
None of the above.
Vince says stripper pole.
See, Affordable, if you want to get practice on doing live stream, that easy way is to jump on somebody's live stream to see how comfortable you are in front of a bunch of people that can throw questions at you.
That's how I started, right here.
So Foss, what's our topics this evening or this morning? Tomorrow morning.
Next week's morning.
Oh, you're not doing it this weekend?
No, he does every other. Let's see if I can remember how to do this poll thing.
You won't. You can't.
He's not good at handling the polls.
He can't handle polls. You can't handle the poles.
Or is it the pole can't handle G?
No, the pole will probably break with G23 on it. So.
Ozzy Osbourne's out there.
Ozzy! Uh-oh. Willie's up in the ante. He says, I will kick him with my right stump. Well, Willie, I hate to say this, but if you do that, then I get the right to call you Stumpy. I'm just letting you know that right now.
I'll pay $5 to you, Willie, if you kick him with your stub.
Don't do that.
Ting Ting
We've
is
got-
also out there.
Yep, we've got Ting Ting out there, so
Ting Ting, what's
I
up?
gotta add
Yeah.
mod status to Ting Ting so that no one can
For her.
block her.
She's one of the YouTube chat heroes, I tell you right now.
Dude, she rocks questions like a mofo.
She does.
Does Ting Ting have a channel?
I don't think so. I don't think Ting Ting has a channel. Though she should get a channel.
Well, technically, if she's commenting, then yes, she has a channel.
Well, yeah,
that's-
it's just I don't think she has any video content. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
See, you guys. Now you've hurt Willie's feelings. Now he says that he has to leave because his leash is being pulled.
That makes Rob feel better.
Affordable says, I will say I own a PSA, but not an Arsenal. So me liking Arsenal is mostly wishful thinking.
Wishful thinking, yeah.
Oh, Ting Ting's got a Let's Go Brandon channel. Put the link out. I want to see it. I'll go subscribe to that.
Yeah.
What? Make some.
So there's a poll out there if people actually want to participate in it.
Oh no, not a poll.
Yep.
There are a bunch of channels named Ting Ting.
Yeah, well, this one's got the like elf. It looks.
I like Chinese guns.
Drop a
too,
link.
Marshall.
All right, I gotta go.
The easiest way.
Family is calling. I gotta go. You guys have fun.
Oh yeah, don't.
I'll try and see if I can make it back, but if I can't, you guys have a good evening.
Yes, sir. You too.
Later.
Be nice to her.
I wish that was the case.
Oh, well, be nice to him then. Whatever. Floats your
No,
boat.
I don't swing that way, Artak.
Whatever floats your boat, brother.
I mean, I don't know how you swing that way and still end up having daughters. I'm just saying that right
Just
now.
get consent. That's all that matters.
Exactly.
Wow. Okay, I'm out.
So what do you think? Think his parole officer stopped by?
Probably.
I think that trans hooker got there.
That's taking it too far, Arta.
Not really.
So, Defense Dad says that he doesn't have an AK, so his vote doesn't count. Well, you could be voting on the one that you think you may want to buy down the road when you realize that the AK platform is truly the better platform over the AR, which is just
were you saying something
which is
there?
just
Yeah.
a Lego
What?
for adult. There you go. Ting Ting has
He's
thrown
on drugs.
the link to her channel. So it is out in the crowd. You guys can go and. Ozzy says, I don't have an AK and don't want one.
Well, why not?
I don't either.
They're not my favorite. They're not my favorite, but I still like the platform.
By the time Ozzy needs one, he'll just pick one up off the ground.
Well, that's always an option.
Well, actually, some of the AKs are dropping back. I've seen a couple of them that are back around the $700 range. They're still a little overpriced because those were a good $600 AK before. So some of the gun prices are starting to return back to actual, pre-scandemic prices.
The DPMS released an AK now called the Anvil, but it's probably being built by PSA since that's who owns DPMS now. I don't know what the price was. It looked pretty good.
Kalashnikov released a shotgun with a video camera and some other stuff that is on there. But I don't think we're ever going to get that due to the fact that it's from Kalashnikov.
Kalashnikov
the gun comes with a video camera?
Oh yeah, it does all of, I mean, it's got it's kind of like a red dot, but it has a screen so that the camera up front will project to the screen what it's seeing and everything. And you can also do like competitions with other people that have them around the world and stuff. If you want to know more information about it, I do have a link to the video in the description of this live stream.
So the damn thing's got GPS and it's going to rat you out?
Yep.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, no thanks. No thanks.
In Soviet Russia, a shotgun shoots you.
Yeah, they have it so that you can actually like mount it and everything. And then you could actually control the shotgun when you're not even at home.
Uh-oh. It looks like the PSA's winning the poll out there. I think that's because of price point.
Well, that, and, people also like PSA ARs and crap like that.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, I thought PSA was like Glock, like cheap but gets it done. Figured you guys would love PSA.
Well, no, they make their own version of a Glock.
Huh, the dagger.
The dagger.
Yeah.
That,
It's even cheaper. I'd possibly buy.
So I see we got K24 out in the crowd. Welcome. I'm not sure if I said hello to 6-Shooter Texan, but and Ozzy's out there.
The tires. You have that thing. I'm talking about the big X thing. You have one of those or something like that? You don't?
Should be one attached to your vehicle.
How do you tell that?
It's usually in the back
I want to
What?
think
where the jack is.
about.
A spare tire?
Yeah.
Bag of lime, shovel, tarp.
GPS tracker?
You try and get me to go out there and change your tire for her.
Misha, I have
He
a
knows how to
million.
do it, right?
I have a million PSA stickers, and I still don't like PSA.
Well, you can't shoot the stickers. You can shoot
Yeah,
at
you
them.
can.
You can
You
shoot
can
at
shoot.
them.
Yeah, oh yeah, you can easily use them as targets. What are you talking about?
I said you can't shoot them, but you can shoot at them.
Yep. Ting Ting says I'm a cheap girl. Give me a Sten kit, and I would be happy.
Then kit and a muffler tube, you're good to go.
Warsaw is trying to say that Ting Ting couldn't handle a Sten kit, but he doesn't realize she packs a 10 millimeter.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't be so judgy, man. 2 kids, bathtub, no epidural. That's badass.
Almost bad as Rob, 2 men in the bathtub.
So we've got Walter Davis out in the crowd who says hello to me, to DM, to Rob, and guy in lower corner.
Oh, that'd be
Hello,
me.
Walter.
Hi.
So, and then he said like pretty much everybody else in the chat. So Artak and Daughters becomes some dude in corner.
Yep, he just called you a hair on an elephant's ass. In the corner. Amazing.
I've been called worse by better people.
Well, Warsaw. If you read his name on there, or Walter, if you read his name, it says sometime in let in,
Sometimes let in.
and now it's some dude in corner. So
Did you change it for me? Oh yeah, you did, didn't you?
I didn't do shit.
Who changed it? I didn't.
I don't have to. I've got magical powers, and it can happen without me having to do anything.
You guys are playing with words. I got one for you.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Do you know what a weenus is?
A lady Wizinator so that she can stand up and pee.
Have you looked at the weenus
No.
and you're not happy?
Are you a weenus denier?
Anybody know?
It's from Friends.
Apparently, it's the skin on the tip of your elbow that's referred to as your weenus.
Oh.
Yeah, but you can screw with people, right? They'll be like, "What?" Like, yeah.
So,
That's gay.
but Affordable Armory says that I should do a new poll and says, should I change the name to Adorable Armory? So
Don't be so conceited.
then we've got Walter, who actually got it correct. And Misha says, Artak is going to be dude who changes daughter's tire.
Wrong.
Oh, he said it was
Just
because
supervise it.
he says it's because Walter spelled his name wrong. It's probably a typo, or autocorrect decided that it didn't like the way he was spelling something and knew better.
Nope. She knows how to do all that stuff. No, we can't have assault weapons unless you buy one.
Yeah. But
We have modern sporting rifles.
yeah, she was stating that to Mr.
I know.
Uh-oh. Warsaw wasn't challenged, was he?
Well, Warsaw was running his mouth.
Oh, boy. Oh,
and,
boy.
And Ting Ting won't back down. So
She shoots the best millimeter.
she does. Yep. Yeah, that thing will definitely. How is the poll doing, by the way? I'm gonna end it because it looks
I'm not
like
gonna answer that.
PSA 1.
probably it was kind of close. It looked like it was 42 to 58. So almost.
Affordable Armory 45 ACP is 11.25 millimeter.
Well, I don't know if I'd say 20 millimeter is the best millimeter because you also have the 120 millimeter. So then couldn't you say that's the best millimeter?
There's a 125 millimeter tank gun too. So
yeah, well, there's also what I think the 204 or 220 millimeter cannon.
that's a howitzer. That's not the same.
Still, it's still a millimeter.
The M60A2 had the 152 millimeter gun launcher on it.
Yep.
Did you see any of those, Rob?
Well, you could go with a 30 millimeter grenade launcher, which mounts onto your AR-15 as an attachment.
37 millimeter or 40?
40, Mike, maybe.
I got a 37 millimeter, so I'll go with 37.
I want one. After seeing Nighthawk setup, I really want one.
Where is he? What happened to him? Changed his name, right? He came back and then, boom, he was gone again.
Remember, he had to leave. He had that hot date with the hooker.
Night Strike
I
or
don't know about that.
Nighthawk Medic. Not Night Strike. Nighthawk Medic.
Was he out there? I ain't seen him in a while.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about.
I thought you was talking about Night Strike.
No.
Oh. I'm sorry.
So nobody knows what's going on. Is he doing something under a different name, or did he just disappear again?
Well,
I know he reposted a bunch of videos, and that was just about that.
He also posted something on Instagram a couple weeks ago. I haven't seen nothing else from him. So yeah, I guess he disappeared again.
I don't know because I don't have Instagram. So Um, yeah.
Yeah, he disappeared again, I guess.
Yeah, I was just curious. Wasn't sure what was going on.
I sent him a couple links not that long ago. Never heard anything back, so I'm not sure. I haven't texted him in a while, so
We might have the new and improved coronavirus.
Well, have you considered changing your screen name to B96?
who?
You.
No.
Oh,
I know I've thought about changing, but I haven't put a whole lot of thought into what I want to like change the name to.
West Coast Lunatic Asylum.
No, I'm not taking your B-roll channel's name.
No, my B one would be something different.
Nope. I'm not going to change it to M&P. Not going to change it to
no,
anything.
that would be nice. But I don't know if he deserves that type of accreditation.
Just like how many more people would stop by and see his channel when he did that.
No, I'd probably
Yeah.
lose like 3/4 of my subscribers. Of my channel friends. They'd be like, I'm out of here. Done. He's done lost his damn mind.
Me and Rob would still stay by you.
Yeah, I mean, and are Glock friends really friends, or are they just people waiting for your parts? I mean, come on, think about it.
Hey, you always have spare parts to help out, or know where to get spare parts to help out.
Sure, every time you go to the range, just look down.
All kinds of distractors laying all over the place.
I'm just being an asshole.
But yeah, I haven't completely decided what I'm going to change it to. It's not going to be anything that's going to be dealing with like a direct firearm manufacturer, because that kind of isolates you, so that other manufacturers may not want to deal with you.
So you're trying to go big time then? Okay, going smart about it. Wanna?
Thinking more for like the long term, not just because like when I did the channel, I never really thought that I was going to put any content. So I had like, what was it, G23 all day, every day.
Too bad
So-
Glock won't.
That explains why you don't have kids. Selfish son of a bitch.
Yes. I knew at 13 I didn't want to have kids, so I tried then to go get a vasectomy, but every doctor said, no, you have to wait till you're like 21 or 25. And finally, after repeated, like yearly asking, they gave in at 20. So,
Yeah, but now you're gonna miss out on income tax time. All the
No,
things.
no, because I should be able to claim every one of your damn children as tax credits, since my taxes damn well pay for the schooling that they get.
I doubt that seriously because I own my house, so I pay that.
Yep. We all pay taxes, so We all pay for the schooling.
Do you think that's right? Like,
What?
say,
Yeah, no,
elder
I don't think,
people or people that, gone through their whole life, do you think it's right that they should have to pay for school tax? Or do you
hell
think it
no.
should be based on people that actually have
If you
children that attend school?
Exactly. If you have children, you should have to pay for it. You want the damn kids? Pay for the damn kids. I shouldn't have to pay for your damn kids.
I'd agree. I wish we could kind of opt in or out of certain services too. So,
Yeah.
like honestly, the city never plows my street any damn way. So why am I paying for it? You know what I mean? Things like that. But yeah, I don't know.
Calvert says, changing something? Guess I came in late. Yeah, I put it out a while ago that I had contemplated
Becoming a woman.
yeah. Yeah. No, I thought about changing my channel name. That was probably back when Budget and a few other people were talking about changing theirs. And I started thinking about, what if I want to plan for down the future, down the road, what I want to see the channel, keeping it as G23. It's hard to find in just a common search, and you're kind of isolating yourself to a specific market. So Gizzard says, when you go to sell your house and nobody wants to buy it because it's 6 miles from the nearest school, then you would understand why everybody shares the cost. Yeah, but if you don't have kids, who cares?
Not everybody has a driver's license.
But yeah, they still pay a road tax.
Right. Because you're still using them.
No, so if I change my name, you'll still stay subscribed. It'll just be...
It'll be West Coast Man Boobs. You might get some lefties that way.
I mean, it's gonna still have firearms. It's still gonna deal with firearms and stuff like that.
You just want a more generic name that's not brand specific.
Yeah, and a little more like inclusive into like doing traveling videos, doing hiking videos, outdoor kind of stuff. So
you want a variety channel? No, is what you're wanting to go to? So you can do different things. Like you want to say, well,
he wants whatever's going to get him paid.
No. No, I'm just, because I'm going to put out a bunch of stuff. But like, if you try to Google search just G23, a million things show up.
Right. Yeah. Your channel doesn't show up.
It's harder than hell.
Yeah. You should see nothing but G23 videos.
Yeah. Boat videos, rap videos, people testing G23s, So, yeah. So.
It is kind of hard to come up with a channel name because you want something that will not be brand specific for whatever item that you want to promote, or items, plural. And then you want something that's related to you because you want to have it somewhat special. I mean, you could go the easiest route would be go use your initials and be outdoor channel.
No, because my initials are pretty generic, and so it would be.
Well, I mean, so with budgets, his is MK Outdoors.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty generic, non-brand specific. It'll get
Well,
you what you
he's
want.
got warrants. He can't be putting his information out like that.
You could oh, you could throw them off and just use ex-cons outdoor, something like that. That'd throw
Con
them off.
Outdoors.
Con outdoor. That's even funnier. Con outdoors. CON too. Go CON. Con outdoors. They'd never have a clue. Oh, you go Oregon Outcast. Copy Rob. Because you're from Washington. Oh, you go Washington Outcast.
No. There's royalties if you use Outcast.
Okay, so
we don't beat you in, but there's still a donation at 9mm.
So are you trying to say that you paid your royalties to the rappers?
No, total different affiliation.
Outcast, the group, wasn't rappers. They actually sung some decent songs.
They had some different, but yeah, there was some other.
Well, I find names to be a tricky thing. Like if you're coming up with a channel name or something like that, because you focus on something that's catching, something that you think would be good or this or that. But when you look at other, say, successful channels or a successful channel, I should put it, or this or that, sometimes, the names aren't anything special. You just know it. So I don't know. I think maybe the focus is a little too much or a little too stressful in some situations. But I don't know. I'm nobody special. So what do I know? But I think, you kind of build your name or build your brand into something that's recognizable or rolls off the tongue or whatever.
Right, but that's hard to do if you're using a given product.
Yeah, it becomes normal over time. So just come up with something that's, something that's good. And then people will either consider it great or not. I don't know, or take it to that next level. I don't know.
Hey, go with some dude on the internet.
Right? I see we have Gunpowder Beauty out in the crowd. Welcome. No, because Demolition Ranch hates kids. We all know that from watching CloverTac.
Does he hate kids? I've never seen his video.
Well, you should. There's a video on CloverTac all about it.
Well, what's the gist of it? How did he hate kids? Just out of curiosity. I'm not a Demolition Ranch fan or guy or whatever, but I assume that's like I don't know.
He just shoots a bunch of crap. No one cares. I could care less about it.
But
Clover,
what's the fact of him hating kids?
Clover ran into him at, I don't know if it was SHOT Show or one of the shows. So he asked him, hey, can you sign some t-shirts so I can give them to, he does a lot of shooting sports with kids. Can you sign some shirts for me so I can give them to the kids? And he never did it. He said he would and then never did. Kind of blew him off.
Okay. But it doesn't necessarily mean the guy hates kids. Maybe he just didn't want to deal with a leprechaun. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know.
I think he just didn't want to do anything for free.
Yeah, there's a lot of people like that. If there's no benefit to them or they don't see it, why?
Yeah, because
especially once you start to become something and things go to your head. So
yeah, well, if you listen to Yankee Marshall, he's also a trust fund baby.
Hey, fuckers!
What's going on?
I'm in the car trying to get away from all that shit in my house. I have danger close combat in my house right now between my son, his girlfriend, and my wife. So I'm in the garage.
Oh shit.
I'd
Ooh.
rather be in a beat up Honda right now. All right, here she comes. Peace. I gotta go.
Uh-oh. Later.
Drama.
Did Pickle time out? Yes, the tactical.
I think he should run with that tactical pickle thing, Caraveras. I think I'd change my name to Tactical Pickle and change California to Actual Pickle. I think it would take off because it's just funny. What was we going to ask Kingpin? Because he's in the chat now.
His Beretta. His Beretta.
No, APX.
Yeah, it's a Beretta.
Well, yeah.
Still
What do you
Beretta.
think of it, Kingpin? What's your review?
Did you do a review on it? Did he do a review on it?
So, I can send him a. I can send. Mr. Kingpin a link if he wants to jump on and talk about his Beretta.
Willie's running out of places to hide.
Poor son of a bitch. See, you guys are giving him shit too.
Well, yeah.
I'm feeling bad for him now.
Yeah, hiding in his own damn house. Yeah. Hopefully he's hiding because he doesn't want to go to jail for snapping somebody's damn neck. But that's
Okay.
That's another
So-
story.
Kingpin says the APX has the best stock trigger going. And R4 Mississippi Thunder is out there. And Miss Jessie is out there also, a.k.a. Gunpowder Beauty. And now when the 300 minutes or 300 seconds, whatever it is, that got timed out, she has a wrench. So Tactical Pickle cannot time her out again. Even if it was an accident.
Oh,
Oh, it's a thing. It's just like the hens like to pick on Mystic Guns every once in a while.
That power corrupts. You know what they say.
Yep. So he says, ugly as sin, but a great shooter, 17-round mag.
did you do a video on it? Is it on your channel? I need to go look at it because I'm interested.
I don't think they look bad.
I think they look okay.
I was just wondering, functionality. Is it reliable? Would you trust your life with it? Accurate? Basically, because our tech was asking.
Oh, I know.
Is it better than a Honda Accord?
So we definitely know that there's a lot of the harassing goes around. We all do it out of fun.
All I can say, Willie, is bros before hoes.
So Kingpin says, here's a link to the video that he put out. Go watch it.
Good, thank you.
Ooh. Jesse says, I think I'm going to deep fry some pickles tomorrow and make a video,
Oh, that'd be great. Send me a link. Where's the link to her channel at?
That would be Gunpowder Beauty.
Oh, okay. I think I subscribed to her already.
Sounds
Why is
like
Kid-
pickle abuse to me.
Piccolo Vista. Hey,
Affordable Armory says, name 5 triggers better than the APX. Go. 1. Canic TP9 Elite. 2. Walther PDP. 3.
Wrong.
HK VP9. 4.
Wrong.
SIG P320.
wrong,
5. Glock.
wrong. You only got one right.
Ding, 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 ding. And the fight's on.
DP Elite, the Canis got good. The Walther PDP, no. I believe that the PPQ trigger is far superior than the PDP. The HKVP9, no. At SIG P320, nope. I have one. And Glock triggers are notoriously terrible until they break in.
Yeah, the P320 is okay.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
wouldn't call
great.
it top 5. But
Did-
that's not the
now- Now, the 320 RXP with that flat trigger,
That's a different story. He said P320.
yeah, so he didn't justify that because that could be the
Right.
P320, the RXP, that could be the, what's their race gun that's a 320?
Try to make excuses for somebody else, G23.
He,
Jeez.
he just put a
You know?
generic out there instead
Well,
of listing
hey,
every brand.
that's what he put down. If
So
I'm
H and
just
K
saying-
P3s,
you know, hey,
You,
H and K P30S. The trigger is just okay.
The
you noticed, Rob, that he didn't try to defend Glock whatsoever.
oh come
Well-
on, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I know it. He's G23. He didn't defend the Glock trigger whatsoever. Not
why?
even said it's
Because
notorious bad.
why? Because the fact is, in top 5, M&P wasn't on the list.
My trigger works.
Yeah, well, so does a toilet. We don't hear you talking about that.
Yeah, he does. He talks about that damn Honda all the time.
What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? I can overcome it. It doesn't bother me that much.
There you go.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. But I'm not going to tell you it's the best trigger out there. According to most people, they hate it. So.
And I'm not telling you that Glock triggers are the best out there because there's a lot of people that say they dislike them. Guess what?
The image piece.
Every person has their own damn opinion, and they're entitled to their own damn opinion.
Ting Ting said the Baby Eagle Jericho is great until 4,000 rounds, and then it start jamming.
Probably a trigger spring that needs to be replaced.
She said jamming. I wouldn't figure that would be a. Are you Ting Ting? Are you talking about a trigger? Or are you talking about the not extracting or something?
It
That's-
could be.
Doesn't it? Just send
It
it to
could
me
be-
and I'll be glad to help you out.
'Cause that's a CZ75 clone. I'd be interested to know what that is.
Could be a
What
guide
kind
rod
of
spring that is wearing,
Possibility. Yeah, that could.
so it's
Yeah.
not cycling properly, causing a jam. You could have a striker issue where the striker isn't fully resetting, so that the next round is actually catching on the striker and not fully chambering.
You mean dragging on the case like a SIG
Yep.
365? I don't know. I was just wondering what. Not exactly. Not extracting. So that could be a weak extractor. Or extractor.
Yeah.
spring or-
Yeah, it could easily just be the extractor has to be changed, or this extractor spring needs to be replaced.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because CZ75s are usually bulletproof. Best trigger I have is my SIG P238. 1911 design. Oh yeah, okay, I can see. I can agree with the tactical pill on that. But the 1911 design is single action. Is the P238 a single action or is it a double action pixel or both?
It's just single action.
I think that
Oh, I know I know which one that is. I don't know about. I've done a review on those,
see.
but it's
No,
single
I agree.
action,
I
it's
agree
not
with Willie. I love every trigger in all my firearms because if you don't have a trigger in your firearm, guess what? it don't go bang. Just saying. We've got Mr. Rougarou out there.
Willie's got smiles on that. He's just throwing shit out in the crowd for trolling. You still hiding, Willie? Where you hiding at now? What's your location? What's your 1020?
No. Keep that hidden. Non-disclosure, just in case the wife is listening to the channel. Non-disclosure.
What is Ting Ting?
Link to Ting Ting's channel.
I've already subscribed to her channel.
I think I have.
Well, Willie's got to get his wife a teaser, so next time
What?
next
I'm pretty
time there's
sure-
issues in the house, she can just tase somebody and get it over with quickly.
I'm pretty sure that tasers are probably illegal in California.
Waste
So
of it. They don't have no way to charge it.
I
Rolling
think
blackout, you never get your taser charged.
Ting Ting should be at 88
Everybody's got a
subscribers.
bad extension cord.
So I'm looking at Kingpin's review of the Beretta APX, and first thing I see is a big old Ruger emblem. Oh, there it is. Was you hiding your APX in a Ruger case or Ruger cloth?
Nope. Willie, you want to go Highway 99 northbound? Northbound. You don't want to head towards. You don't want to head towards Mexico. You want to head up to a freer state.
Hell, if you ask the cartels, Mexico's pretty damn free. I think the taser is legal, but a button and billy club are both illegal.
Yeah, batons and billy clubs are illegal in California, and they are
Really?
they're on their they're being argued in front of the Ninth here pretty soon. St. Benitez actually upheld the ban on batons and billy clubs, or nightsticks, or collapsible batons. All of that stuff is been upheld by St. Benitez. He ruled on California. He ruled on California's side. So they appealed the decision, and it is waiting for the 9th to pick it up.
Wow. Can't even have a PR-24.
PR-24 suck.
I learned on the PR-24.
What the hell is a PR-24?
Billy Club.
Oh,
It's just a baton, a nightstick, a baton, whatever.
With the side handle.
Yeah, it's got a side handle. You can wear a motherfucker out though with that PR-24.
I have a
Old
I have a
style
collapsible.
billy clubs are better without that side handle.
Oh, I got the Billy Club too,
Yeah.
with the leather straps so you can swing it around.
No wonder why his wife left.
She passed away. Damn, dude.
Oh shit, my bad.
Ah, you still have your card on that?
She passed away with COVID. Like 2
My
months ago.
bad, dude.
What an asshole.
Yo, I did not mean. My
I
bad.
do not take no offense to that because, You are in New York, so you're a little stupid. But no, I give Rob a lot of shit, so
I
Yeah, I
would
was
believe
just I jumped on it. I didn't think about it. My fault.
we just had to harass him, you know. Everybody's got to give New York a bad time.
Oh, that's pretty damn low, though. Yeah, I didn't think that. So. I try not to be that distasteful. My goodness.
Even the crowd's giving you hell. Kingpin's laughing.
Yeah,
He's like, that was
yeah,
great.
they should.
Caloris says, "Goddamn, man." Yep. Walter says, that was cold. But then he called you Rod instead of Rob. So.
Oh boy.
Look, people, I give Rob a hard time all the time.
Yeah, he does.
I don't take no offense to that.
Only a little payback.
I didn't mean that wasn't meant to be giving shit about your past wife, man. That was meant to be a joke about a divorce or something. I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry.
Okay, man. I'm not offended by it. If she could answer you, she said that would be one of many fucking reasons.
No.
Damn. Yeah, nothing like sticking your shoe right in your mouth, right?
I mean, it's not like you. I mean, it's not like she died driving a Honda or anything.
See, now I gotta be all nice. I can't even say nothing. I can't. Damn it!
I love it. Hey, somebody changed Rob's name to Man with Foot in Mouth.
Oh,
Willie, please God help me. Oh, next to angry woman. Taser, man, taser.
Oh man. Well, let's change the subject.
I've been trying, but you keep bringing it up.
I had to wash some nasty smelling stuff off my windshield the other day.
Somebody shit on your car?
Just yesterday. I don't know what it was.
Why'd you irritate the neighbors again?
No, I guess the lady was driving the truck and somebody threw something out the window like directly at her and hit all over the windshield. And I don't know what it was, but it was funky. So then I should have started off the other day when she came back. She's like, "Don't be surprised if the cops show up." I'm like, "What? What?" Well, I guess, her being her, she decides, her 100-pound ass decides to chase down a car full of people, pulling a Yui on Main Street and doing some stuff I probably shouldn't talk about live online. Needless to say, they ended up getting,
I'd probably stop right
away. Yeah. Crazy, but I don't know what it was, but man, they threw some nasty shit. The whole truck stunk. Like,
just remember, Rob, you're already on a list from January 6th. Do you really think?
Yeah, I'm on a list. So, but let me tell you, thank goodness for that. I got a Hoppy's number 9 air freshener, a couple of them from Kevin in New York. Let me tell you, that saved the day. Because I sent out some other ones I had as like joke gifts and things, and had to clean it, dump water down the front, and throw air freshener in there. Finally, it doesn't stink anymore. So I don't know what the hell it was, but I'm gonna call it like a sludge stink bomb they got her with. It's pretty bad.
So I see we've got Grim 90 out in the crowd. Welcome. So. Yep.
Mike jumped in a little bit ago too.
Oh, sorry.
What the hell is TJ talking
Mike is also.
about? Kojo.
Oh, they were talking about
The bus.
a
was
short
so
bus.
Yeah, her bus was so short. Oh, no, she was saying that about Caravellas. That he had to sit on the creepy bus driver's lap. Woo.
So Calabrese says dump brake fluid on the front of the car should help.
That's not going to help stop it.
It's cleared off. It's cleared now. So I don't know what it was, obviously, but it was something funky. But thankfully, it's cleaned up.
What, Tori?
You got to go out and change the damn tire. She's been waiting for the last hour and a half for you to go change the tire.
Nah, he's just got to keep an eye on her. Make sure she doesn't drop it on her.
Well, Victoria, it's Jessica's car. Did she get her tire changed?
I don't know.
Is she even in the house?
She's not in the house.
Oh, well, then she's out there doing it then.
I don't even know if she's even out there.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever. She'll learn. She'll have to fend for herself one of these days. Would you like to say something to everybody here, Tori, since you're in here?
Hey guys,
What's going on, Tori?
nothing much.
Rob making fun of your mama.
How's
No, I'm not.
I will show
Don't
my-
even do that. You're an asshole.
how's school going?
Y'all make fun of my mom. I'm shoving in there.
Yeah, I'm just messing with you. God damn. Calm down,
That
child.
last kid that did that, I punched him in the face.
Rob didn't make fun of her.
See, you see what you did.
I thought it was funny though. You hear that, Emmett? This black guy from New York making fun of your memo.
Then you got yeah, we definitely know that brake fluid will strip the paint off the car.
Who wouldn't know that?
Stop being a smart ass.
And Walter
That's my job.
Walter wants to know whatever happened to the neighbors shooting fireworks next to your Honda. Didn't they move?
Jesse roll.
Oh,
Yeah,
hi.
they ended up moving.
Come here, buddy.
Is that because they got Infantago from the rust from the Honda?
No, I think it was a rent thing, honestly.
Gunpowder Beauty says hi to Tori.
Hi.
Say if you, I don't think they heard you.
Hey.
Okay.
I'm still in my-
So Ozzy says I shot the Beretta Tomcat for the first time. Sweet little gun. I was one-handing the Tomcat and the 42 at the same time. So sounds like fun.
Nice.
Those were your mom's.
I know the things you find. This one's almost gone. This one's full. Get up there, Papa. You can take Mama's old book.
I'll put my comb up before he hides it somewhere with the remote.
Under the couch.
No, we look. We can't find a remote for the front room yet.
Smart enough to put it somewhere else. I don't know where the little crap put it.
Oh, buds, what you got there, buds?
In Mama's old book.
Hello, little man.
We took him to we went to the gun shop hopping today, and we took him with us. And we went
So
to
what
the one
kind
that has the range at, and it was downstairs, and he heard him shooting, and he just turned around and walked away like, nope.
Yeah, you haven't got him picking out new guns yet?
Almost.
Yeah, almost. There's no Elmo on here.
Double day.
Double day. Everybody's listening to you jibber jabber.
Emmett, say hi.
Go tell everybody hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Calaveras says our tax open mic feed quite interesting. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Is it Those are COVID papers.
Oh,
Tell us about Grandpa, bud.
Papers. Throw it away.
They won't know about Papa.
Ooh, there you go. Gunpowder Beauty has a great. Have you checked the bottom of the toy box yet?
Yes, both of them.
There's a COVID paperwork. Keep it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Emmett, what did you do with the remote?
So what?
Where'd it go?
Where did the remote go?
So I think what? He's 2.
Yeah.
Yes, he's yeah, he's 2.
So
Two. Where?
Walter says that he's got a smaller version of the Tomcat in a 22.
Yeah, I got the Taurus P2, PT 92, or not 92, but
But that's not a Beretta.
no, but it's still a copy of a Beretta. It's actually more superior because it actually has a real trigger guard instead of a piece of metal like the Beretta does.
I'm wondering what model Ozzy got, because I seen him the other day looking at the Beretta page. They had I think it was called a Covert, which almost matched the grips he had. So I'm curious if his barrel sticks out a little bit, like for a thread adapter or something like that. Or
I think they do that on they have the thread adapter on the 22 and the 25 and the 30. I think all three of them come with it.
I seen they had them in different colors, all types of stuff. So that's one thing that's kind of cool. Yeah, you could get the green with black or black with green or whatever, however you want to do stuff. So
yeah. Calaveras, there's a few very, very, very affordable California-made firearms from the Ring of Fire guns that are in 25 auto or 25 ACP.
I have the see, my wife did have the Raven 25, and I got the Sundance. I got a couple of one of the 32 pistols that they made, and then I got that Phoenix.
What is that? Is that the Rabbit that's going to be Rabbits 2 for?
yep.
So I see we have M. Gabriel out in the crowd. Ask if I got anything good for Thanksgiving. No. I don't do any Black Friday crap. Yeah, and we don't really do Christmas presents very often. I can buy her gifts any day of the year that I want. I don't need to wait for a certain day to tell her that I'm going to get her something special.
Bah humbug. Grinch.
Yeah. That nowhere in the Bible did it say that you have to go buy presents. Prove me wrong.
Well, if you do, you give them to somebody else, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point of giving.
Yeah, but if you actually read the story of like when Jesus was born, the wise men already owned the gifts that they then gave to Jesus. They didn't go out and buy something. They already owned that. So
Well, if you,
therefore,
now wait a minute. If you go buy something at the store for somebody that you plan on giving it to you, until you give it away, you do own it, right?
you're still going and buying something.
But you're
With-
missing the symbolism. They gave something to baby Jesus.
No, the true symbolism would be you make something out of stuff you already own and give it to somebody else, or something that you already have. You go and give to somebody else to say, you mean so much to me that I am willing to give you one of my possessions that I truly care about.
So I'm gonna give you some hand-me-down. So here you go. So first of all, the wise men never made the frankincense or the myrrh or the gold that they gave baby Jesus. So maybe if you give frankincense or some myrrh or a gold chain to your significant other.
With gold, you can mine it from the ground. So
But they didn't mine it.
You don't know that.
I sure do.
It doesn't tell you the backstory of how they came to possess all that stuff.
Well, then how do you know they didn't?
Doesn't say that either, does it?
Man, come on.
Come on, stop being a Scrooge. God.
Don't turn this into one of those shows.
The Scrooge Show. Yes. See, look, all he did, like Warsaw said, our former army. Yes, I already have money. I used it to buy you this gift for you. So, see, there you go. From Rumpa Bum Bum.
That and it's become so commercialized.
Unfortunately, yes.
That it's lost its true meaning. And so I have decided, until people can understand what the true meaning is, I am not bestowing them a Christmas gift.
Well, it's part of the master plan. Everything's budgeted out. The holidays, how long a new car lasts, and how long until the wife gets unhappy with your house. And, so basically it's part of the shiny stuff addiction. So you're paying off those bills, slapping it on the credit card, and praying to God you don't get fired to keep you a slave for the shiny stuff.
See, that's the nice thing is I have a great wife that doesn't need the new fancy dancy thing.
With your name, we know that.
And she's not one that's like, oh, well, I got to go spend $1,000 at the store. No, that's not going to happen.
Because you escort her every time you unchain her.
Oh.
And your point is?
You unchain her.
Oh, what do you expect?
So we
After
have
so many years, Stockholm Syndrome takes effect.
So I see we've got Drew Bradley out in the crowd. Welcome.
Kingpin said since you live on the West Coast, all you have to do is steal $900 and neither of you would go to jail.
It's not stealing.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's liberating.
Yes.
Liberating.
Or repurposing.
Repurposing of stuff that you do not own.
Reallocating funds from one account to another.
Okay.
Jeez, people, you got to learn the words, the word vernacular.
I forgot that looting and robbery are racist words.
Mostly peaceful protesting.
Yes, mostly as I burned down the house behind the newscaster.
See, M. Gabriel understands. As Buddha said, desire is the root of unhappiness.
Well, I desire
true.
lots of guns. It doesn't, and when I get one of them, it does not make me unhappy. It makes me very happy.
If you want less, you'll be happier.
Burnaby says, "Stop using those big words."
Frankincense.
Yeah. His comment earlier, Carmen's going to get him. And his gun shop's going to red flag his ass next time.
Probably not.
No, not when I do videos for him.
His Black Friday deal.
Hey,
What?
he was honest to them, and there's that little Beretta shooting Underwood.
Is it 32 ACP or 25?
It does say right.
32.
I can't see.
It says 32.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
32 auto. Or,
Made in
Tomcat
USA.
32 auto. Yeah.
Made in USA, made in Gallatin, Tennessee.
Yep.
Made just down the road.
It does have the thread protector on the barrel there. So is that what model did he say? Did he give any information?
It's a
That was the
3032.
That was the Beretta Tomcat.
30 model. It's the model 3032.
Okay. Doesn't have a fancy name like
3030.
the
Yeah,
Commando or
Bearcat.
something. I don't know.
The Bearcat
Fancy like Tomcat.
or Tomcat. Yeah.
All right.
So,
Well, I know some of them had something else with it besides that on the Beretta website. So that's why I was asking initially.
Yeah, Gallatin's probably about an hour and a half drive from me.
Misha, why would I need 9mm? I shoot a 40.
He already shoots 10 millimeter light.
And you still can't hit shit. Still ain't got kids.
No kids get hit nothing.
Because he's shooting blanks.
Exactly.
That's why I can't hit the target.
He says convert.
Covert.
Oh, whatever. I added the N.
Well, I had to put the Kentucky emphasis on it. Real men shoot 10. Men, women.
I've owned a 10 before.
You can shoot 40 out of your 10 millimeter 1911. But don't do that. I'm not advocating that.
I'm saying I probably wouldn't, due to the fact that there's a case size difference, and you can end up
Blah blah blah.
screwing up your firearm.
Blah,
I mean, I
blah.
guess if
Go
that's-
watch Military Arms Channel. Blah blah blah. He was shooting all kinds of crap out of the guns he wasn't supposed to.
well, you can do anything you want,
Yeah.
but when you have a catastrophic failure, who are you going to blame? The firearm manufacturer?
No, you blame the person who loaded the ammo for you. So if you're shooting 40 in your 10 millimeter 1911, then you blame G23.
Mm-hmm. So the with Alec Baldwin's latest of statements that that law enforcement officers should be on the set of every movie that has a firearm in it, no matter if it's a fake or a real firearm.
You know the problem
Let's
with
talk
that?
about how moronic that is.
The problem with that is not all police officers are gun people. Maybe he wanted a cop there, so his ass would have got arrested immediately after he shot that woman and killed her. Is that it?
Yeah. So
Or
what
to
does
transfer
it
blame.
matter if there's an officer? I mean, shouldn't they be out arresting people breaking the law? Like,
Well, they do think that police officers should be defunded. So, I mean, I guess it's just another way of taking them off the street like they want and putting them on.
well, I don't know. Let's keep them out of the movies and send them down to the store plazas, apparently.
I mean, so you have an officer on set. And what, he's going to just stand, he's going to be there, or he or she is going to be there. And when the firearm is misused, they can say,
And it's
hey,
a union
dumbass.
problem.
Yeah, he's just trying to deflect blame from himself and
Exactly.
from his shoddy production company that did all this. He's going to be charged eventually with manslaughter, but we all know that he'll pay his way out. He won't spend a day in jail. He'll get a year's probation with manslaughter charge. And then I hate how people keep saying, oh, they had a prop. No, they had a real weapon. Prop guns do not fire, period.
So now there's a couple different prop styles.
Oh,
You
God.
have-
Here we go again. It's one of those shows.
You have a prop that has a sealed off barrel that just makes the sound. You have no smoke or anything that comes out the front. And then you have prop guns that you can use the blanks and you see the flash from, the gunpowder exiting the barrel.
Then that's
yes.
a real gun.
And, well,
There's blank fire. There's blank fire only. I've been reenacting since 1993. I've been around prop guns that do not fire, blank fire only guns, which are called BFONs. And if you want to look at one, go back into my videos. There's a MG42 that's a BFON gun. It was cut up, re-welded back together and it's running German 308 NATO blanks through it. And so that's a BFON gun. You can put blank adapter on any semi-automatic gun you plan on using in firing blanks out of. You got to have a blank adapter, like movie M16s. Rob's familiar with the red or yellow ends that you put on.
Red.
Right, movie style ones. They have a blank adapter that you take off the bird cage in your M16 or your AK. And then you put it on there, and then it screws over top of it. So blanks do kill within 10 feet, closer than 10 feet. You can maim somebody, you take out their hearing, you lose appendage or something like that. The rule of thumb that we use in reenacting is within 10 feet, you don't fire. You just yell bang. At 20 feet, you don't aim at somebody personally. You aim above their head or you aim at the ground. Because of that, because you can still have pieces of the case that are blank adapted or the case that's blanked, especially if you're using like World War II bolt action rifles or cowboy guns like that Colt, the copy of the Colt that they use. They make plastic blanks, so they're a little bit more safe. You don't have to worry about a piece of brass coming downrange. But he's still ultimately responsible because he was the one that pulled the trigger and dropped the hammer on that lady. And his story keeps changing, as time goes by, weirder and weirder shit happens, or they're saying that's happened. So he just needs to go ahead and bite the bullet, pay that woman's family $50 million or whatever he's worth, go take his slap on the hand and his manslaughter charge. And that way we don't ever have to worry about him handling a gun again because he's a convicted felon.
Yeah, but then they'll just go subvert it with, it was supposed to be a black powder.
Doesn't matter. It still kills.
Yeah.
Again,
Yes,
he didn't check the gun. That's his fault.
exactly. The ultimate failure. And that's what we were,
Accidents are always going to happen too. So, I mean, you can't safety, I don't know.
We do.
Safety accidents out of everything. I mean, even places where the safety checks, lockouts, all sometimes something happens. Things happen. It's just
Well,
we're human, so
I'll give you.
it's never gonna ever truly be like nobody was ever had an ND or ever accidentally whatever. That time's never gonna be here. So
Oh no.
some of this is just ridiculous with some of the stuff they say.
Right.
I mean, I'm more concerned with us banning Fords, God damn it, because these assault Fords are starting to be a problem. But nobody wants to talk about that. Everybody loves their Ford. But damn things are just ridiculous, making victims out of the drivers now.
Right.
So
assault. But the like on us, like we had. I'll give you an example of an accident down in Texas. There was a reenactment going on, and the GI had a M1 carbine, and he had his blank adapted, but he was doing training with it the week before. I guess he shoots it competitively or whatever, and so he had a mixture in one magazine of live rounds and blank rounds. Well, his gun was blank adapted, so it would operate semi-automatically because it was blank adapted. When he went and put the second magazine in, he actually shot one of the other guys, the German guys, because the first round he fired was a blank. Second round was live. It blew off the muzzle adapter, the blank adapter, and the bullet went downrange and shot a guy in the abdomen. Now he lived, but the other guy was charged with negligent discharge, and he had to pay for his bills and all that. So what we started doing in the reenacting world is that used to be your unit commanders had to visually check and sign off that all the blanks. We just started putting all blanks in a Ziploc bag, so that way, and then we had other unit commanders come over and inspect the blanks. So, like before we went and do an event, especially a public display, both unit commanders or however many different unit commanders are there over there looking at everybody's blanks to make sure they're up to power. And then the other thing you got to worry about is blank adapters, because unlike on the M16, those blank adapters, you don't have much chance of those flying down range.
Lock into the cage or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
The bar.
But if you look if you're talking about lock or putting a blank adapter on an M1 Garand, M1 carbine, they're going to be exposed. They can launch down range. So you get, bolt action rifles, you don't have to worry about it because they're bolt action. You got to manual operate. But anyway,
I put a link to a video by Scott Prop and Roll. He's a prop master that does short videos on YouTube, and he talked about the stuff with Baldwin, and he kind of goes over what the proper safety measures are, and then you see compared to everything that you're supposed to do, they did none of it. But it's just kind of interesting to hear what actually they go through.
He's being a cheap ass, and it came back and bit him.
Pretty much. And why they had live ammo on the set? That should have never happened either.
Well, I heard
Well, and
he
if
wasn't
you go back,
supposed to be shooting during the scene that they when it happened. I don't know if it's true because you hear so much shit, but I heard basically he just kind of improv something, picked the gun up, and pulled the trigger on somebody. So,
well,
if that's
I'm
the
kind of
case,
wondering,
then that would definitely be on him.
because I had heard a rumor, of course it's just a rumor, that he got pissed off because he got tired of redoing the scene. So he had shot at the director, probably thinking, that, just to make a point where bang, bang, I don't want to be doing this. And it actually went off.
Well, he made a point.
Well, if that's the case, he's still negligent. It's still manslaughter.
And you go back, there's other rumors going on which have come out that this wasn't his first time during the shooting of that movie where he picked up the firearm and would play like Russian roulette with other people's and the cylinder and then take and cock camera back and pull the trigger with the gun pointed at other people.
Yeah, I've heard that.
That's
So-
batshit crazy. Russian roulette, like your boss gonna come up and put a gun to your head and start just pulling the trigger. Like that's crazy. Like I don't understand how somebody could let that ever happen.
Now
That's
you got to think
probably
about
why
it.
all those people walked off the set just before
off
this
the
happened.
job.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
yeah.
they were claiming that there was.
See, he's going to claim that it was sabotage because all those union people walked off the set and he hired a bunch of scabs to replace them.
They had filed reports that he was being unsafe and that there was numerous safety violations and safety concerns that he failed to acknowledge is the reason why they walked off set.
I was told originally they walked off the set because they didn't want to drive an hour and a half to the set, and they wanted from Albuquerque. They wanted hotel rooms closer to the set. He just wouldn't have paid for them. That's what initially came out.
Yeah.
And then after he shot her, and he changed his story the third time, then that story came out where he was unsafe and all that. So was he really unsafe before that point, or they just wanting to dig in a little deeper?
In some of the police report that they have, they found emails and they have actual documents where they were filing complaints to the union saying that there were safety violations going on prior to the shooting happened.
Well, good then. And then so that just digs his hole deeper.
Mm-hmm. And then if you listen to George Clooney, which all of a sudden that video got wiped off of the internet, where George Clooney came out and said that he was a moron and that the terms that he was using he had never heard of in his entire movie making career.
Yeah, but is that another washed up actor trying to make himself look relevant again? Because you can imagine how many people that Alec Baldwin has pissed off in Hollywood that don't like him. Is George Clooney on that list too? Most likely.
But you factor Clooney's still making movies.
When?
So to call him a washed up actor would be, not completely
He's a
correct.
washed up actor. Yeah, that's correct. What's the last movie you made?
I don't know. I don't watch movies.
Okay, then he's washed up actor because he ain't made nothing in about 10 years. He's just another left wing nut job too. Unlike his
Well,
daddy, his daddy's pretty damn cool. His mother, Rosemary Clooney, used to do all kinds of charity work in Cincinnati. His father was a newscaster for, I think, Channel 5 in Cincinnati, or Channel 12. Both of those are decent, good people. I don't know what happened to George. Hollywood might have changed him. One too many nights with Harvey Weinstein. But yeah, his parents are decent, hardworking people.
Yeah, he should have just been a singer.
George?
Yeah.
I didn't know if he could sing. Well, his mother sung. She was.
I can't remember what it was, but one of his movies was pretty
Not
funny.
that, not that old brother Ferrata. He wasn't singing in that.
Yeah.
That wasn't.
He wasn't singing in there?
No, that's not his real voice.
See, I was in the impression it was. I was like,
That's not him. No.
it's old timey stuff or whatever, but it was pretty good. Like I even got it stuck in my head. I haven't seen it for years.
Well, that movie was just hilarious.
He just did a movie in 2021. And he did some in like
That was
2018. And he's got one that's coming out in 2022, Ticket to Paradise.
With all on Netflix because those don't count.
No, this is his movie Catch 22 was in 2019.
Never heard of it.
I don't think
He's
I ever
got-
heard of it either.
The Tender Bar, which
Never
was in
heard of it.
2021.
Never heard of it.
Ocean's 8, which was 2018.
Heard of that.
Barely.
Aren't they like on like 11 or 12 or something?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, they're
something
on
like
13, 14, something shit like that.
Ocean's 11 was back in like 01.
Oh, here's something. In 2018, following the Stoneman Douglas High School shooting, Clooney pledged $500,000 to March for Our Lives and said that he would be in attendance.
Mm-hmm.
He's a gun control left wing. Why give him anything other than nothing? Political views. He's a left wing nut job. I already knew that. He's a humanitarian. He's just another piece of shit Hollywood actor.
So I see we got Mad Sexty out in the crowd. Welcome, Mad. But yeah, I'm not saying that he's not left wing or anything, but you know, he's calling them out.
Yeah. I don't like giving him credit for anything because he's a nut job.
So you know, it's like we always say we got to police our own. And, you know, sometimes they got to police their own also. And so then when somebody comes out and wants to police their own and everyone's like, oh, well, he's just a dumbass anyways. What makes other people say, okay, well, why am I going to come out and help police my own when I'm just going to be, you know, criticized?
Well, because his views. He's a Hollywood actor. His job is to entertain us. No one wants to hear about his humanitarian work, his political work, or any of his opinions. That's the same way. I feel the same way about people I agree with or that agree with our stance. I don't want to hear their pie holes. Your job is to entertain me. You're a trained monkey. Go perform.
And people can say that about
man.
us also, you
I
know.
love it. No, because I don't do this shit for money. You can say whatever you want to say, but it doesn't make it relevant. But
Exactly.
that's funny, Artag. I love that, man.
There's
I'm with
my
Artag.
point.
Like I don't give a damn what you know, like you ruin it because I would have looked forward to a movie if I didn't see commercials with you talking shit about something that I disagree with all the time. But now I don't want anyone to bother with it. So I think I'm with Artag. Nobody cares. Like you're not qualified even to speak on half of this shit. Who gives a shit? Who the hell are you? Like, you know, I totally with Artag on that sense. Like that starstruck and shit. No, that ain't me. I don't know. Like, I'm instantly skeptical.
Right, exactly. Because again,
What about Chuck Norris?
he needs to shut his pie hole.
I don't know.
And I ain't watching.
Don't mean anything to me. I don't know.
Chuck Norris ain't made good movies since the 70s. And who gives two shits about Texas Ranger Larry Walker or whatever the fuck his name is in that movie? That show was TV crap.
Wasn't he like the face of the NRA for a little bit or something like that too?
No, he's
or something like
yeah,
that.
he tried to be.
I thought they had posters of him at the NRA museum.
Yeah. So I mean, I like Chuck Norris. He's a veteran, and then that brings up a whole nother thing there too. People with veteran status. Oh, well, you should like him, or you should like this company because it's run by veterans or former law enforcement and shit. Like, no, that doesn't mean shit because they worked for the government at one time. Dude, I served, and Rob can say this, you can agree with me on this one. I serve with a lot of decent people, and I serve with a lot of toxic fucking officers and NCOs that I would frag in a heartbeat if I had the chance to. Am I lying, Rob?
No, you ain't lying, man. I even had my dirty underwear stolen.
So yeah, trust me. There was a fucking major I hate to deal with. He was a dick. He was a liar. He's a piece of shit. And the first time if we ever got into combat, oops, my grenade fell off my LBE. I'm telling
That's
you.
funny.
And that shit,
Yeah, they're not all good and bad everywhere. That's what I say about everything. Good and bad everywhere.
Right, that's like Black Rifle Coffee Cup or Coffee Company, Black Rifle.
We've got Sonny Guns out in the crowd. Welcome.
So what did they do? I seen a thing about them recently. I think Liberty Doll, I think was her name is, had something. What Black Rifle Coffee Company do something else? Something about going woke or something.
Oh well, yeah, they've been woke. They're left wing nut jobs anyway. You know, they give money to Obama and this and that, and they just they're bro vets, and you know, like I said, not all veterans are good people, guaranteed. So you know,
well, shit, a lot of politicians are veterans. Look at those bastards.
All politicians are worthless. I mean, look at Dan One Eye Red Flag Crenshaw down there in Texas. He's a rhino. You know, he was setting himself up to be the next president of the United States.
Okay.
Until
so we're gonna definitely change the subject on here. We're gonna get off politics. So, have you guys heard of this? The XR folding AR-15 from F&D Defense.
No.
Rob D's trying to show his little kitty. So instead of it having like a folding stock adapter, it has a folding barrel adapter. So it actually will fold in half.
Now I've seen the quick barrel release that that some other company makes. Actually installed one of those over at American Defense Company.
Yep,
it didn't fold though. You just twisted it off like a takedown rifle.
Yeah, nope. This is a folding AR.
It's all right. I'm not big on folding guns that you can't still fire. In a sense, I mean, I guess storage and travel and all this, but yeah, you pop 2 pins, you pull it apart. You know what I mean? It's not. I don't know.
Well, if you get really small, if you put a folding stock on it too. If the barrel folds, if you can get the barrel where it folds the other way up against the magazine port, the ejection port, and then the other one folds up against the forward assist or the bolt release. You can get it really small.
So Mad Sexy wants to talk about pickle. I'm not exactly sure why we need to talk about pickle.
What type of pickle?
And Mystic just says pickle sucks. There, done with that. LOL. And so then Mad Sexy says at Calaveras, LOL. Oops, forgot about your nickname, sorry. So Rob's eating pickles. So that
are those kosher, Rob?
No, they're probably sweet pickles.
Ew, nasty.
He is from York.
That's true.
He is a Yorker.
You have to learn how to eat dill pickles.
I like bread and butter.
Ew,
That's a sweet pickle.
that's a sweet pickle, yeah. Nasty. Hey, next time Victoria's in here, ask her about why I don't like cucumbers, but I'll eat pickles.
Fun fruits?
No, I told her. No, you nasty bugger.
Oh,
I said,
you're
they're
the
not
one who
pickles.
said it.
Yeah, I said they're not pickles, and she still a cucumber. I said, yeah, but it's not pickled, and she just never could grasp that concept.
So, Mad Sexy says, what sweet pickles are best? The ones that you're throwing in the trash can and grabbing a dill pickle.
What?
We talked about the Aubrey case last week. Now that the verdict has come in, I stand by what I said last week with the 3 were guilty and deserved to go to prison. They had the intent
to disagree with you.
to commit murder.
They did not have. How do you know they had to commit? How did they were able to commit murder?
Because why did they need to take a shotgun? There was 3 of them. There was 1 of him.
Well, there's only 2.
So,
the third guy had a phone. He was recording everything. So how?
Okay, so even if it's 2 on 1, are you saying that 2 people can't?
Did you watch the video at all?
Yes, I watched the video.
Okay, so 1, he was trespassing. Now he did not need to die for trespassing. 2, if he would have stayed there and wait till the cops got there, he would have got a ticket and walked off. 3, if stupid white guy didn't chase him down in a truck, the 2 stupid white guys in a truck, and just called the cops and just followed him, that would have been fine. 3, he did bring the shotgun out. That was to hold him, okay, or try to get him to stop running, whatever reason why. Okay, only he knows why he took the shotgun with him. 4, when Aubrey grabbed the shotgun from him and the guy started fighting with the shotgun, then he got shot. So who's really at fault here?
The guy who introduced the shotgun, because Aubrey never would have reached to try defending himself.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
That is not bullshit.
Well, what if
it is
he would've
absolutely bullshit that they chased him down and then tried to hold him with the shotgun, and then he defended himself.
Okay,
Yeah,
so he took open arms to a gunfight.
I'm with them. I think it was.
What
it
if
was
you're at the grocery store, somebody pulls out a shotgun, tells you to stand there? What the fuck are you gonna do?
Well, I'm
you're
sure
not gonna stand there and wait for the goddamn cops.
I'm not
going
to stand there and grab it from the fucking barrel either.
He didn't know what. I don't know him. I don't know what he knows how to do. He did something. You're going to do something. You're not going to stand there and wait for the cops.
All 3 of them fucked up. Period. Is it murder? No. It's manslaughter. The guy who recorded the whole damn thing shouldn't have been charged for murder. Because they used the.
They all got convicted of manslaughter.
And then here, and they think, and Aubrey's totally not guilty in this. He had a hand in it. He decided to fight for that weapon. That's what got him shot. Now, if he didn't fight for that shotgun and they would have shot his ass, then I said, well, we need to hang those motherfuckers down there for killing that boy. But that's not what happened. What happened was,
if somebody pulls a shotgun and I have the ability to attempt to take it from them, I'm going to attempt to fight to save my life, because at my point in time, I'm going to go.
Help yourself. You help yourself.
Well,
if you got shot.
And who's to say you're not going to get shot if you don't go and try to defend yourself and don't try to take that shotgun?
That's what I'm saying. Though.
Huh?
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
The fact that they introduced the shotgun into the situation is the reason why they have a manslaughter charge, and they're going to spend a lot of years behind bars.
They'll spend a year.
Potentially the rest of their life.
Not on manslaughter in Georgia.
Actually, if you look and read what they've already been, that they could get the maximum is life in prison without possibility of parole. It's already been stated.
It's all political too. Take the political out of it. Take the feelings out of it.
I do agree.
I
with
don't think
you
they should have
on
pulled the
manslaughter.
gun on the guy personally.
No, they didn't need to.
I
but
mean, with the video, you can see the guy running with nothing in his hands. So I don't see any need to roll up on him with a shotgun. And when you do, people are people. They're going to get defensive, especially if he's spooked, doesn't understand why you're chasing him down with a shotgun, and now you want to run out and try to, block him off as he's in full motion. I mean, there's going to be some type of contact. You can't just instantly stop. And honestly, I probably would have tried to gain control of the gun too. For all I know, these are two crazy hillbilly guys out here. I don't know. You know what I mean? But I don't want the gun pointed at me. So, I don't know. And
if you take into the fact that they had already hit him with the truck multiple times, they had already bumped him, that leads to the intent that they were willing to commit grave bodily harm. So they had already.
I understand the guy might also have been a piece of crap. This might have been his normal MO for burglaries, but it still doesn't change the fact the guy ran away with nothing in his hands. Mm-hmm. So, you know what I mean? There's a level of force that you would use as something, and that just seemed to escalate from, 0 to 100, basically.
I'd never seen him point the shotgun at him. Now, I didn't see him hit him with the truck either.
So after they had hit him with a truck, and then they produced the shotgun,
it was not pointed at him. He held it on his side.
But the fact that they've introduced that shotgun after they've already. So if it was you're running down the street because possibly, you were in this situation. They had already hit you with the truck once or twice, and then they come out with a shotgun. What is your logical thought that they are looking to end your life? And you know what? I'm not going to be the easy victim. I'm going to do whatever I can to try to save my damn life.
Well, that's easy to put words in a dead man's mouth. I'm just saying they're all to blame. All three of them.
Yes, but
okay, that's my point.
But and the fact is, they willingly took the shotgun. They willingly took the shotgun with them. They willingly pulled the shotgun, and then at the end of the point, they shot him 3 times.
Okay, well then that's like saying that
weren't they being like vigilantes in a sense too? Yes, like it wasn't even their property. So they took it upon themselves to chase down the guy.
One of them was supposed to be a reserve officer, and the other one was retired.
It makes no sense. It doesn't matter though. Yeah.
Well, the point is that they chased him down, and he got killed, so they're guilty of manslaughter. So I'm not defending. I'm defending that. Would he still be alive today if he didn't fight for that shotgun?
You don't know.
I'd say yes.
You don't know because they'd already hit him with it. Exactly. But they had already showed intent by hitting him once or twice with the truck.
Was the guy with the shotgun driving the truck that hit him?
I believe it was his dad that was driving the truck.
Okay. Then I can say his dad was trying to grievously body harm him, but he wasn't pointing the shotgun. That's like saying...
But his dad's the one that said grab the shotgun, and he listened. He could have just jumped in the truck to go chase him down. He never had to go and grab the shotgun.
Well, they could have just followed him. They all did stupid shit that had this happen. No one's clean in this matter. That's the point I'm trying to make. And the other point is I feel, now I'm using feelings. I can't use that. Can't use what I feel. But if he didn't fight for the shotgun, there's a chance that he would be alive today.
Possibility.
And those 2 guys would still be in jail for chasing him down and possibly kidnapping, brandishing a weapon,
battery with a deadly weapon,
right? Brandishing a fire, or the old man brandishing a firearm. But here's the same thing. What happens if a cop was chasing him down and he decided to fight for the cop's gun? How would you feel about that?
That's a different situation.
Oh, but
that's
the guy
absolutely
was a retired police officer, though.
One was, I don't know. I know the dad was retired,
Okay.
and I hadn't heard that the other dude was reserved.
That-
But
well,
they are
or
not.
something like
Did
that.
did he say I am a police officer? Stop.
I don't know. There's no audio.
We don't
to the
know.
video.
It
There's no
should have
audio.
come out in court.
Yeah, even when the son testified, which would have been the reserve officer, he never once said that he yelled, off-duty police officer, off-duty reserve officer. He never said that.
Okay.
And if he had said it,
Would it made a difference?
he would have
Probably
said
not.
it in court.
Well, yeah, but if he would have said it, would it made a difference? Probably not.
But
So yeah, everything.
I see we have SS Pawn out in the crowd. Welcome. I gotta shout out some people out there. So yeah.
I think the biggest mistake was, bringing a gun out into that situation under those circumstances.
Mhm.
It wasn't
was
3 a.m, a car full of individuals. It was one person, which you could pretty much clearly see what was available. So, not stating maybe you didn't have it with you in the truck or concealed carry, but to pull a firearm at that point seems a little excessive to me.
And
and I can say if it was me, like, not to say, jogging through the neighborhood or whatever with my EDC, and I just come across, a building and check it out because I'm in construction and somewhat interested. Maybe I'm trespassing. I'm not stealing. I'm just taking a peek. And somebody screams and I take off and I get chased down and people jump out with shotguns out of a pickup. I'm probably going to shoot their ass. So that's
if you
maybe
have the
I'd be in the
ability-
wrong, but I would feel a little threatened at that sense that, why didn't if anything, why didn't they call the police or something? But so,
the guy that recorded it had
that it's,
911 on there.
they bring a different level of aggression to it, you know what I mean, which could provoke more of problems, in my opinion. So, in most situations, even as a civilian, you should be trying to de-escalate problems.
No, it was a situation that got out of hand, and it was one retarded mistake after another made by all three men.
Yep, and tempers were already up, adrenaline was already pumping,
And it's hard to control yourself when you're running on adrenaline sometimes.
and when you said, what if it was a law enforcement officer? Okay, one, the officer is in uniform, so therefore,
What if he was plain clothes?
then he's going to have his bags displayed,
Or
or he can easily show his bags.
There's so many ifs.
I wouldn't even trust that in some cases.
Nope.
It's like pulling over on a back road because they got a light. That don't mean shit. Like, it really doesn't. You might get in trouble, but you're a lot safer just calling 911 and reporting that shit and going somewhere public before you pull over.
Yeah, I mean, if you have any with law enforcement, if you have any concerns that it could possibly be a phony officer, you have the ability to just dial 911 on your cell phone and on dispatch say, hey, I am driving, X kind of vehicle. I have an alleged officer behind me. And if the dispatch officer says, guess what? That is a real officer. Find a lighted area and pull the fuck over. But notify the dispatch officer that, hey, I am going to a well-lit area. Can you notify the officer?
Well,
Maybe
if they
just
confirm it's a real officer, I'd pull over because you're already going to have a bad day for not immediately
right.
pulling over. But
Unless
yeah,
you
but
go-
I wouldn't pull over until you know for sure, because that's a common thing. Like, drug dealers used to do that to raid other drug dealers around here.
Mm-hmm.
You can buy anything online, look the part, so it doesn't really matter. And then people are less likely to call the police about, these guys running into this house next door. Because I don't know if you're familiar with raids or not, but when the officers show up, they're assholes. They'll park in a neighbor's yard up on the grass, and people come out, say something, they'll tell you to shut the, they don't play around. It's, they're on the job at that point. So if you give them trouble, they'll drop you too. not shoot you, but you know what I'm saying, that they're going to cuff you and stuff you for temporary purposes at this point, and then possibly charge you with, you know, hindering an investigation or blah blah blah. But they're not nice when they show up. So yeah, it's hard to say who's real in some cases. So if you have doubts, it might be safer, like I said, just call 911. But if they tell you they're real, pull the hell over before you get shot or pit maneuver.
Yep. But
We know they couldn't pit maneuver that Honda because it couldn't take the stress.
Shit, they wouldn't catch it.
One thing's for sure.
Drop a gear, that exhaust would blow off, fall right through their windshield, and I'd be gone, baby.
You didn't lose your Bumblebee muffler. One thing's for sure. We can't solve the problem now.
no. Once the bullet leaves the firearm, you can't reach out and bring it back.
So they did charge him with manslaughter, not murder.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
All three of them were convicted with man one.
What was the reason for the third guy being convicted? Because he was there.
They got like 5 counts of murder or something, each individual,
Nine.
which was kind of
They were
strange.
they were facing 9 separate accounts, and one of them was false imprisonment.
Yeah, false imprisonment. Yeah, they should be. That
They
happened.
were illegal.
Well, no, he never stopped, so I can't really give him for that.
Well, they actually, when they were struggling over the firearm, you know.
Oh, well, that's a fight.
So
So what was the reasoning for the third guy, though? Was it because he was...
he was there, and he actually admitted that he was involved.
Oh,
He-
okay.
He went following behind them, filming it,
Right.
and all three of them left the same location.
So, but he was just following them and filming.
I wonder
He
if
was
they
the one
have,
going to make him famous.
they might have a law, like I think Texas has it, where if you're with somebody that commits that crime, you get charged
Yeah,
with that same
that's-
crime.
That's every
Yeah.
every
Yeah,
state
that's-
has
Yeah.
every state has that crime. If you're the getaway driver in a bank robbery
You're guilty of bank robbery.
and they shoot somebody inside because something horribly goes wrong and they die, you're just as guilty of that murder charge as the person who actually pulled the trigger. Even if there was no intent, you're still as guilty as, and even if you didn't even know that they murdered somebody inside, you're still as guilty.
Yeah,
So if
they
you
have
hear
that here.
shots, drive off and leave them.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they finger you and say, "Hey, Joe Blow was here," then you're guilty.
Well,
It's
don't be
guilt-
there in the first place.
Right? Exactly.
Exactly. Or, if you drive off, you can always say, hey, guess what? I was a getaway driver. I had no clue that they were going to shoot somebody, and I just left them at the bank.
That won't work here in Tennessee because you're guilt by association.
Well, they may lessen.
Yeah, you just,
may not.
you gave them a ride to go make a deposit. You heard
Yeah.
gunfire, were scared, and drove away.
Now that's a different story. If you word it like that, you can probably defend yourself from it. But yeah, it's like we had some teens here, and one of them committed a
And
murder.
Clovertax got that right. Most accessories
Plead out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
plead out to turn state evidence. So they get either a lesser crime or they get immunity.
Yeah. He's right.
So it's kind of like the old thing. 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead.
Right. Dead man tells no tales, right?
That's what they say. So
I thought we wasn't going to talk about politics.
so what else do we got since
Maybe you should host a forum, G, since you have the capabilities of 10 things that all gun owners should be behind, or 10 items that all gun owners should want.
See, and the thing, we could bring on, a bunch of other people and have an open discussion on something like. But I can guarantee you right now that you may not get the same answers from everybody.
I know that. That's what I'm saying. But I believe the answers are there. Maybe not 10, maybe 5 that all gun right groups should ask for. And the easiest one of all is number 1 should be no more gun laws. Period. That should be number 1. I think everybody can agree with that.
Oh yeah.
And then hash out the other ones, like what things we want off the NFA, like short barreled rifles and shotguns. Because let's face it, the AR pistols and the non-firearms are already kicking the NFA in the ass with that, and suppressors or silencers, because they're just mufflers.
The Hearing Protection Act.
Yeah, I think we can get everybody to.
Before any of that all has to come off the number 1 thing, you need national reciprocity.
Oh, that's yeah.
I mean,
if they're not going to pull it off, then
if they're going to recognize my driver's license, they're going to recognize my marriage certificate and everything else, but they're not going to recognize my concealed weapons permit. Because maybe my state's rules are a little different than your state rules on how to go about getting one.
Do you really think it's that much with your state? I think it's more that you got your license and your marriage certificate out of a Cracker Jack box. It's a problem.
But they still recognize it.
I know they shouldn't, right?
I'm just saying it.
You should be a free man in other states, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, you're 100% right. If they can recognize all that other crap that we all have in 50 different damn states, then why can't? And here's the thing: isn't the Constitution national anyway? Isn't it supposed to be for everybody? So I mean, one could argue that.
I'm gonna throw the link out so that if Clover wants to jump on, he has the ability to come on and give his opinion.
Well, I would state that I'd agree with you on that, Artak, that should be a national thing. Obviously, states have their own constitution, but you would think that would fall into almost like law in a sense where it couldn't be any more restrictive than, anything like that. So
Clover is bringing some good points up out there.
Yep. And if M. Gabriel or Gunpowder Beauty wants to jump on also, we can get, them on there.
And Rob's right. I mean, it should be why is it that in 40 states, AR-15s don't have to have wings and other cosmetic changes to them, and only in 10 states that are crazy?
How about the fact that 43 states are a shall issue and 7 states are a may issue?
Yeah, that shouldn't. Well,
welcome, Clove.
Yo.
What's some of your thoughts on what are some of the major fights?
Major fights?
Like, what should we go after to argue? Like, no more gun laws or national reciprocity.
Well, that may get handled for us shortly, depending on how things play out from the SCOTUS case and all. I think we need more. Looks like Ohio might. I mean, there's a chance. It's kind of like fourth quarter, inside the 20, fourth down, and they're behind by 6 type thing where a field goal won't do it. But it's still possible in Ohio, I guess. But we need a few more states flipping over to some type of permitless constitutional carry, whatever you want to, whatever nomenclature you want to give it. And I think once we can get closer to 30, and also depending on the SCOTUS ruling and stuff, I think that you might can get to some type of a national reciprocity. The problem I've got, I'm real hesitant to. I wish states would just observe respect and observe other states' freedoms, right? Not their penalties and their laws, their freedoms. So if I'm in California, when it comes to carrying, I can carry as I would in Texas because I've got a Texas license, right? Now there's all kinds of things that get tricky with that. So even if you had, a national reciprocity, like I said out there in the chat, I mean, you're dealing with a roster in some states. What role does that play? Some states, there's weird restrictions on where you can carry, and somebody from out of state's not necessarily going to know that, which is crazy. So a level playing field of guidelines would be nice. And then that's compounded even worse if you go with absolute constitutional carry, right? 50 state, it's court upheld, whatever, constitutional carry. It gets even crazier because then you're dealing with people that, they don't have to go get, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying training should be mandatory or anything else, but I'm saying they have 0 level of information about the laws. All they know is they can carry. They don't know all the little caveats. Well, you better not carry here. You better not do this, or this is restricted, or carrying this way, or doing this or that, right? And again, that stuff changes jurisdictionally, so it's crazy. And then how do then you got to look at how do we get there, right? Because something like national reciprocity would almost require, in a perfect world, all the states come together on it, and it's just whether the AG of each state puts out, a statement or whatever on how that's to be enforced within their, their state or whatever. That could happen. That's highly unlikely, darn near impossible that something like that would happen, and you would have 50 states that would be able to agree on something like that. Then the next step you go to is, well, it's got to be, let's legislate that. Well, here's the thing. How do you legislate something that the Constitution says is not supposed to be infringed in the first place? So I'm really leery about going down a road where the government, in essence, gives us national reciprocity, right? Now, how that's written could be written in a way to where they say they recognize, whatever, the constitutional right to, the Second Amendment, blah, 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 or something like that. I guess they could write it that way, but depending on how they write it, they could write it and get it passed in such a way that they're granting us that right or granting us that privilege or whatever, right? And then that really bothers me because they're not even supposed to be messing with it in the first place, regardless of whether, you could say, well, they're doing good because they're acknowledging national reciprocity. But at the same time, like I said, it's almost an oxymoron or a moot point, or I don't even know the terminology to give it, because again, shall not be infringed or shall not be infringed. So it's like they shouldn't have to do it in the first place. So it's almost a paradox. You feel what I'm saying with that? So I don't know the proper way to get all of that done and to be able to withstand scrutiny of the courts and a lot of other things. I see a lot of people have an issue with it.
So I know you were bringing up like with the SCOTUS that we were just listening to, and I don't remember exactly which justice it was, but during the like 2-hour live stream on day one, one of the justices had brought up actual, pretty much at that same point, where he was kind of suggesting the constitutional carry, where, as he said, you know, we're requiring you to obtain a license for a right, and we don't require licenses for any other rights under the Constitution.
Mhm.
You know, yeah, if you're going to hold a rally, you may have to pull a permit for like a rally permit.
Yeah, but you're
Um,
using, but in the sense of a rally, most of the time, if you're having to pull a permit, you're utilizing public property, or there is a situation to where, you know, that potentially is going to take city resources or something away. They're going to have to allocate for that, right?
yeah, that's what he was kind of mentioning.
There's some type of an inconvenience, right? So if I wanted to hold a rally, and I estimated 1,000 people were going to be there. Well, if I went to the big First Baptist Church parking lot and had the rally in their parking lot, they'd probably let me do that for free. Not a big deal. Yeah, we can fit that many people in the parking lot and march around and da 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 da. If I'm going to go downtown with all the businesses around, limited parking, the courthouse square, let's say, right, in Podunk Town here, all the local businesses around, hardly any parking anyway. That many people, it's going to in some way restrict commerce, and it's going to put a restriction on those businesses. How many people don't go shop those businesses because we're, what I'm saying? We're walking around, we're doing our protest, or exercising our First Amendment right? And our intention is not to hurt those businesses, right? So there has to be a happy medium, a give and take of sorts, where the city says, okay, we're going to get 2 or 3 police officers, maybe reserve officers, just for those people that are, y'all are, you got a permit to be there, right? So nobody can complain. We know the city knows you're there. You're going to be there at this time on this day. Not a problem. That way, if anybody complains, the city can go, yeah, we were prepared, and everything else. The city can notify the businesses. They could close that day if they wanted to, right? Because now they got notification. And then if the city wants to take that and put, a couple of reserve officers or something, just to make sure, because in every crowd, you could get people that are acting stupid, that can happen with the most peaceful of protesting crowds and whatever. You're going to get agitators, some people that do it on purpose, and some people that just do it because they make bad decisions. And having somebody there to be able to handle that, it's a good thing too. So, like I said, in certain situations, I don't have an issue with that. So it would be like, I'm trying to figure out how to apply that to the Second Amendment, right? So some states have their regular concealed carry, and they have constitutional carry. They have a regular concealed carry, and they have an advanced, right? So I would see that more like the advanced, right? There's specific places that normally you're not supposed to carry, but if you go through all of this, then we allow you to carry it. I would see that to be more along the lines of needing a permit for a protest or something like that in some type of a special location, right? Because you're talking about specificity, specifics. But if you're talking about a permit just to freaking carry, down a public street, not in a group or anything else, right? Totally different situation, or on state land, or whatever the case may be. Totally different situation with that, and you shouldn't have to have anything for that. That should all fall under constitutional carry.
Yeah, and I completely agree, and and I think that's kind of where at least one of the judges or one of the justices was going with that is, hey, with we don't require you to walk down the pull a permit to walk down the street and voice your opinion. But if you're going to take and hold a rally where you get 100 people or even 50 people,
Right.
then yeah, you may need to pull a permit.
Well, look
to
at
do
it
that.
like being able to carry on an airplane. Or if you're in a large crowd, right? Let's say a stadium, right? Let's say a stadium. Let's say because in most places you can't carry in a stadium. Let's say an airport or even worse on an airplane, right? So your negligence and your stupidity, right? Which we all can agree that at any given time, anybody is subject to negligence and stupidity. It can happen.
Mhm.
Some people are much more prone than others, and we all know that person that carries that fits that exact definition I just give. I could think of 6 freaking people, right off the top of my head that I know. That I
Yep.
worry about them, right? It's their right. They've got to. You go, but it's like, man, I worry about those people. I do.
Not me.
And what happens is, okay, everybody can carry and do everything, and this idiot, negligently discharges carrying on a plane and brings the plane down with 300 people or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? Some crazy thing like that. Is that far-fetched scenario? Yeah, I get it. It's a far-fetched scenario, but the whole idea of the permit system and that sort of thing is it's not. I don't think it's so much because people talk about the criminals. Well, the criminals are going to do it. They're going to do it. Well, I agree. Totally agree.
Oh
And
yeah.
I don't think that any type of a permitting system has to do with they're trying to stop anything necessarily. Now, in some places, 100% political, and it could be. It's okay. So I'm speaking from my experience with a lot of stuff around here. It's really not political. It's that they understand with some of these things that you do, be that protest, be that carrying in a specific location, whatever, the risk factors, if you're a moron, an idiot, whatever, right? Majorly increase the chances of there being
An ND.
collateral damage, public collateral damage, or something of that nature. I don't know how to word it, but because it's obviously it's not going to be intentional, but the odds of something happening that can hurt or injure the public, damage property. Again, restrict the flow of commerce, yada yada yada, blah blah blah.
I'd argue some of that, especially the protests with the business thing, because most of the protests I've gone to, being an out of towner, I've always gone into a store and spent some kind of money, if not lunch, dinner, something, and I always had to pay for parking. So I think the clientele may shift, but I don't necessarily think they lose as much as some may say. And then when you look at trash collection or public safety, I kind of feel we already pay the city for that. And then if people are just rudely dumping trash everywhere, then they should be citation for littering.
I also think, Rob, and I think we've had this conversation before, I also think you're very much the exception rather than the rule.
Maybe.
Now,
Yeah, you may be right. Now that reminds me.
I think we all are to an extent. Everybody on this panel, probably everybody listening in the chat, is the exceptions to the rule, unfortunately.
Now, if you look at Virginia, when they held their rally a couple of years ago, and it was published in multiple different newspapers that the people that were there at the rally actually cleaned up more garbage than they ever even produced. That area was cleaner than what it was when they got there.
Yep. A lot of that is internal policing.
Mm-hmm.
It has a lot to do with the people that put the rally on and the messaging that they put out internally before it ever kicked off, whatever. There's a lot of thought. There's people that really plan an event, and there's people that just wing it. And a lot of the stuff you see that goes south, be that trash everywhere, or be that burning buildings down and throwing bricks. A lot of that is lack of forethought. It's spontaneous. Let's go do this event. There's no planning. There's no structure or hierarchy of who's in control and who's invited and how many people they know are coming. It's just not. It's organized in a sense of organically the people are there and they're all moving the same direction or whatever. If you're talking about a marching type protest, but it's not organized in the sense of you have chiefs and you have Indians. You know what I mean? That are helping things to run more smoothly.
So Walter says, all the 2A rallies I've been to have been clean when we left, going back to 2012. Yeah. And another point, like if we all went with like national reciprocity, how hard would it be to get firearm manufacturers because they already include a bunch of the pamphlets and crap like that and locks, because that's requirements. How hard would it be for them to include just a little pamphlet in there that says, check out concealed carry insurance with a list of different providers? Not supporting any one specific, but if you look at like USCCA or even US Law Shield, I believe both of them have mobile apps that also tell reciprocity and also give state laws, links to state laws where you can track and find the gun laws in the states that you're going to travel to.
So now you want to give them murder insurance? Oh, criminal.
I don't like insurance. Insurance.
Well, I'm not
period,
saying
is a racket, but I get.
I'm not saying you have to buy the insurance, but it can at least lead you to
awareness. Yeah.
Awareness of what's possibly out there. Plus, even if you don't own or you're not a paying member of USCCA or even US Law Shield, their app is free, and you can still use it to figure out, your reciprocity. You can also still use it to link to the laws on the states that you're going to go travel to.
Yeah.
And as a gun owner, you should want to abide by the laws of the states you're going to go traveling in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but here's the thing with that, and this is where it gets sticky. Is, I read it. I don't know. I read it all the time. Go Google it, right? And I mean, you can figure it out. How many laws the average American breaks in a day? It's crazy, and I mean, unintentionally breaks in a day, right? We're not talking about I'm driving down the road, I know I'm speeding type thing. We're talking about there's laws on the books and people break them every day of the week, multiple laws every day of the week. So if we've already got that in play, and let's be honest, we have that in play because there's too many freaking laws, right? They put stuff on the books without taking things off. And that's one of the big problems. It's one of the deals I liked about Trump. He said, hey, if you're going to add one thing, you got to take 2 off, or 3 or 4 or whatever number he said, right? And I'm like, heck yeah, I'm all for that. I don't mind progressing and moving forward with things, but we need to eliminate some stuff at the same time, right? But so knowing that, going into another state and having to, I'm going to be honest with you, I carry in other states, and I'm maybe 75%, 80%, maybe up on their laws. I'm not 100% sure. Why? Because you get into all of this crap that's written by politicians and it's interpreted by lawyers and it's blah 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 blah. And it's like, well, I think it means this or I think it means that, right? You talk to somebody, you talk to 3 people that live in that state, and you get 3 different answers.
Including
so-
police officers.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, right. No, exactly. They're the worst.
Yeah, they'll ask
and
them.
so-
They don't know nothing.
Yeah, and then so you and so it's what do I do? And it's like, so you just go and you try to be as reasonable as possible and hope if you do break a law, that particular law enforcement officer that might catch you at the time or whatever the case may be, doesn't got a stick up his butt, and it wasn't a very egregious thing, and he sees that you're cooperative, and it's not a big deal, hopefully, and that's where the rub's going to come into play. Ultimately, if you have national reciprocity, there has to be some sort of standard. That's the issue with that. So where does that standard fall? Does it need to be California standard? Does it need to be Florida standard? Texas? Who is the standard, right? And you could say, well, let's take all of these states. Let's take every one of them, and I'm sure you could do this. Computers are awesome nowadays. You could throw it all the data into a computer with an algorithm and say, figure out the average, right? So, how many hours of training do you need? The background check, whatever it might be, right? And it figure that out and go, okay, well, here's the average. So, and then have that the same way, not only with those sort of things, but with places you can and can't carry. Like, in a bar, here we got 51% plus. So if that establishment makes more than half of their revenue off of alcohol, you can't carry in there. Airports, police stations, you've got courthouses, you've got things like that. But even then, it depends. Because I could open carry and walk up to in any police department or sheriff's office around here open carrying, and they could care freaking less. Their thing is, if I'm walking up there if I'm walking into a police station with a gun intended on causing trouble, well, that's kind of a suicide mission. It's kind of the way they look at it. That's exactly what, because I said something one time. I got out and I was actually on the steps of the sheriff's office, and I was talking to the sheriff, believe it or not. I caught him. He was coming back from lunch, and we were standing out there talking, and I had to go in and actually talk with the JP. And I started in, and I was like, oh, hang on, I gotta get back to my truck. I need to go put this back in the truck, and I kind of patted my because I usually wear outside the waistband with a t-shirt over it, and he immediately knew what I was talking about. And he's like, "Oh, don't worry about it. Ain't nobody gonna mess with you, here." And that's that's what he said. He's like, it's a suicide mission if anybody tried to do something like that here. So, we don't worry about anybody that's if they're going to come in, they're probably going to come in guns a blazing. They're not going to walk in and be 3 rooms, 4 offices in. You know what I mean? Before they ever pull it out, that would be stupid. So even that is one of those situations where technically, I go do that. Am I breaking the law? Again, you go back to the laws you break that. Who's going to enforce them, right? It all gets down to who's going to enforce them, who's going to report it, who's going to charge you, who's going to try that case, right? So you're dealing with, somebody obviously locally has to report you that sees that. Then you're talking about, you've got to be arrested. So you've got a law enforcement officer that's going to enforce that law to the point of arresting you. And then you got to have a DA that's going to charge you, seek to get you charged for it or whatever. So, or bring whatever. It's not getting charged, but what is the where it goes to the grand jury, you get indicted, I guess, or whatever. And around here, it's like that's just not going to happen. So we do what we want to do, and it's like, wouldn't it be great if the rest of the world was that way? It'd be awesome, but I understand it's not. I understand that people have it way tougher than I do, and it sucks.
He's talking about you, Rob.
Our county,
Sitting here bragging.
our county is super 2A. And then you go a county up and they're like not so friendly. You know, you just go right into Eugene and they're like, now they're with 554 that had passed. Now they can, you know, change it to, oh, well, guess what? You have to have a 10-round mag. You can't carry in certain areas. You can't open carry. You know, they can pretty much make their own rules. But then the county can turn around and say, hey, guess what? You can have, you know, 20-round mags. You can have open carry, you know, but you're like, wait a minute. Shouldn't at least the county agree and the cities inside each county kind of agree? But no, now every city, town, and county can all have different rules that you have to try to figure out.
Here in Tennessee, we have that too. All the counties can any of the counties can opt out of state law.
Mm-hmm. Well, so if the state makes the law here, you have to follow it. But they did away with the state preemption laws. So each place can make up their own. They just can't be like, okay, well,
it's horrible.
It's very horrible. And then you've got a lot of the counties in the state of Oregon that say, you know what, hey, we're a 2A sanctuary county. So,
yeah, I don't know. So I don't know where we go. I know there's a lot of, you know, it's people want to complain about millennials. They want to complain about younger people, but you know, I've got some hope because, and these younger people are mad because they, you know, full auto getting harder and harder to find. The more people that buy suppressors, the longer the wait list gets on suppressors. The whole idea of I can have a braced pistol, but you know, I got to wait forever and get everything registered to get an SBR, you know, and they don't see the difference. And I'm a proponent of there's a big freaking difference. But as far as usability goes anyway, but you know, I get where they're coming from, and they hate that. You know, with some of the stuff going on now, with you know, the bump stock thing that Trump got us into, that's not over yet by a long shot. And you know, I'm not sure what potentially could happen coming out of that.
It's going to go to the SCOTUS now. Will SCOTUS pick it up? Well, I believe their hands are going to be forced, and they're going to have to.
Yeah, I think so too.
Due to the fact you've got two different district court rulings.
Yep.
You know, you got one that says yes and one that says no.
Yeah.
So therefore, SCOTUS now has to, you know, determine which district is correct.
And what we was all screaming back when it was going on, was it's not about the bump stocks. It's about the ability, regardless of the legislation, right, for a bureaucracy, for a bureaucrat, being the ATF, to just go in and willy-nilly change definitions. So if you could do that for gun-related stuff, you could do that for voting-related stuff. You could do that for, importation of goods. You could do that with interstate commerce. You could do that with the FDA, right? Food and drug. You could do that with what are some of the other, you know what I'm saying, organizations, right? Housing,
EPA,
banking sector, the Fed. You could do that with, or it wouldn't be the Fed, it'd be the Department of Treasury, but you could do that with any of those bureaucracies. Could just willy-nilly redefine legislation and do all kinds of crazy stuff. And it's like, we can't have that. We, you know, just that's horrible. And don't think for a minute they don't know that. Don't think for a minute that the people that really want to run roughshod over everybody else, don't think for a minute that they don't see that. If we see that, they see that.
You're
Burnaby,
absolutely right. It opens up Pandora's box.
It could, yeah.
Burnaby says that
That's why you should shoot 9mm.
it's nice to hear your sheriff is pro 2A. It's not the case in my city. Police chief is the same, along with all of their cronies. Well, so we can go down that rabbit hole also. Your police are different than your sheriff's department due to the fact that your police are appointed by your city council.
They're hired.
Your police chief is appointed.
Yeah.
Whereas
you say appointed, and I'm like, he's hired. I say hired. I don't say appointed. That makes it sound
they're
like
picked
it's way more official, but yeah,
they are picked by the city council for that position.
Yeah, but so are officers. And I guess it depends on the city charter. So I should back up. But most police departments adding an officer and that sort of stuff, most of that does go through the city council at some point. So,
but if
I don't
you have
know,
an open slot, if like one officer retires, you can then grab another officer coming out of the academy and replace him because you already have that spot open. It's not like you have to go to the city council and say, "Hey, guess what? This officer's retiring, so we're going to replace him with."
Some cities you do. Some cities, the city council can hold as tight a reins as they want to hold.
Oh yeah.
That's up to them as to what power they want to relinquish, basically, right, or designate. And some cities, they keep pretty tight reins on everything. But the beauty of that, I get it, and I guess what Bernie out there is saying basically is, it sucks, and I get it. What I would say is your sheriff and your police chief ultimately, they can get replaced by vote. You replace your city council, you replace your sheriff by voting. So it's a matter of finding somebody that can resonate with the people, that's willing to do it. And that's the trick, quite honestly, is people that are willing to do it. You've got people that just, they want to sit back and they want to complain all day and they want to be a keyboard warrior and they want to, but they've got no inclination to get out there and actually make it happen because, you do that and it's work. I know people that have. And it could ruin you on it too. It could really disenfranchise you. I know a guy that was that way. They championed him, and it wasn't even an anti-2A. This was not an anti-2A issue, but it was a crappy police chief issue in a town around here. And a guy come in, man, and they replaced. I think they replaced 2 seats on the city council, and the other people fell in line. Right? It scared them enough that they were like, "Oh, yeah, we need to get rid of this police chief," right? Because they didn't, they got 2 people lost the election, and the other council members were like, they woke up. They were like, "Okay, yeah, we need to be listening to the people." And so they got rid of him, and they brought in a guy. Well, they had already the people that were pushing to replace those city council seats already had this guy in mind. To replace him. He already had a job. I think he was like the lead detective for a DA in a big city or something. And great guy, absolutely great guy. And I talked with him multiple times prior to even all this happening. Great guy, and had plans to come in and change things and blah blah blah. And he lasted. They got him in there. Like I said, they voted enough people off the city council that the other ones woke up, and they did get him in there as police chief, and he lasted, I want to say, maybe 4 or 5 years, and just having to deal with it. You know what I mean? It's just it disenfranchised him. He's like, man, everything has to go through the city council, and it's not that they were against him, right? It's just that it's like they hold so much power, and then you've got to play all this politics, and and that's a big deal with sheriff around here too. Is you'll get people that run for sheriff, and by the time the election comes, they're legit. Which elections here are won and lost in the primary because nobody runs Democrat. But by the time elections come, you're talking with them on the private, right? And they're hoping they don't win. They literally are hoping they don't win because they've seen enough of the political system and the politics they have to play that you're like, holy crap, I had no idea what I was getting into. And I don't know how we fix that. I don't know, how we get back to a time where your police chiefs, your sheriffs, these people, don't have to be such a pawn, right, in the political game, and they can legit do their job the way it needs to be done. But I'm thankful that the sheriffs are part of the political spectrum because that is, if you've got a good sheriff, that is awesome protection for the people of that county as far as infringement on anybody's rights or any right, I should say.
Absolutely. I know our sheriff, he's amazing. Super constitutional and everything. So it definitely is a great thing where he's like, hey, as long as it's protected by the Constitution, both of the United States and of Oregon, then that's how we're going to rule. That's how we're going to fall. And, like a lot of the law enforcement, just the regular police around here, are like super laid back. They're not going to be, out there just trying to look to, harass you, as some people will claim. So if you're not out there committing a crime, if you're not out there running red lights, if you're not out there like blatantly speeding, because I can tell you, I've damn well sped next to police officers and they're just like, yeah, okay. But I wasn't, well, the post speed limit 65, so I'm going to do 90.
Yeah. When you talk about like traffic violations, right? Mm-hmm. Around here anyway, it's got to be egregious, Yeah. It really does. I mean, it's got to be to the point of being reckless.
Hell, the police officer, the chief of police in one of the towns close to where I live, he went out and bought like 20 or 25 turkeys and gave them to his officers to hand out on traffic stops. So as long as when they stop, if they stopped right. You, they, and then they ended up getting turkeys donated by a couple businesses. So they handed out a card where you'd go get your free turkey.
Do you remember here a while back? And I think it was, I don't remember if it was around Christmas time or it was during the summer, probably during the summer, but they would give those, and I think it was here in Texas, but there was, I don't remember if it was in what, a county or a city or whatever, were pulling people over and giving them certificates for like a free Dairy Queen ice cream or something for good driving or whatever. And it's like,
I don't like it.
I don't like that either. I don't like them. First of all, I mean, they're pulling people over. That it's like, just leave people alone if they're not doing anything wrong. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I get the sentiment that they want to build goodwill. I get that, but there's better ways to do it rather than pulling somebody over. What if that person is late for work? They got to be somewhere. Yeah. They got, and you just pulled them over to give them a certificate for an ice cream, really? And it's like, that's what National Night Out is for. And that's one thing I was going to say. If you don't participate in that, it's pretty amazing. Host a block party make sure that you call your sheriff's department or your uh, we always contact the fire departments, the sheriff's department, the the PD, and even if it's just hot dogs are cheap, man. Even if people on the block kick in a few bucks, grill up some hot dogs, call them and say, hey, if you're on your shift or whatever, just want to say swing by, grab a dog, and it gives law enforcement an opportunity to meet uh, the people that are in their neighborhood, because that's one of the things around here that is so great. Like, I could do pretty much anything I wanted to do, and I've had law enforcement called on me before for various reasons,
Shooting in your
and
backyard.
that, or even in Walmart. I tell the story all the time about some
Don't mess
Hispanic
with his
lady.
gold.
Some Hispanic lady is all I know. This was back before we had obviously constitutional carry and before we even had license to carry, so it had to be concealed. And again, I've always worn, because it's more comfortable for me, I've always worn outside the waistband for the most part, with a shirt over. Well, when you get something off a top shelf, what happens? Your shirt comes up, right? And so I just at the right time or something. Apparently, I was in Walmart one day, and I get up to the front of the store, and it was back in the automotive. I pretty much know when it happened, but I get back up to the store, and here comes two of the local cops, and I know them, and they're kind of almost on one side of the store, right behind the registers, and I'm kind of walking up, gonna find a register, so I'm on the other side, and they see me, and I see them. Of course, they wave, and they're laughing their butts off, man, and I wave, and they're coming over there, and I'm thinking, oh, I'm gonna hear a good story or something, because they're laughing, and they get over there, and they said, and I'm like, what's going on? And they go, we never thought it would be you. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And they're like, somebody called us and said there was somebody in Walmart with a gun. And I said, well, there's probably a bunch of people in Walmart with a gun. I said, what do you mean? And they're like, no, you perfectly fit the description. And they're like, it was some Hispanic woman. She called and said there was, somebody in Walmart with a gun. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, well, it's good to know it was you. It's basically what they said. Laughed it off, and we stood there and talked for a little while. But I've had stuff like that. I've gotten pulled over. One time was pretty scary, and this goes to the whole idea of these encounters with law enforcement. And I understand that you can get into big cities, you can get into other things. This was actually in the big city, but you can get into bigger cities and stuff like that and get into really sticky situations. But I'm going to comply, and we'll sort that crap out in court or something.
Yep.
That's my take. And I mean, I'm not a lawyer. You do what you want to do, but here's why. So there used to be in Dallas, and this sounds shady as heck, but it started back in the 70s. There used to be a electronics. It was like a radio swap shop type thing, like a radio flea market that they did at night. It started like midnight. From midnight, I guess it would be Saturday morning until noon Saturday, right downtown Dallas under one of the overpasses. And it turned from like radios and stuff, CBs, that type of radio. It turned from that into like computers and like all kinds of electronics. And anyway, there was all types of, people would go to big auctions from the colleges and all kinds of stuff. And like I said, it was, for the most part, it was all legit. It wasn't a bunch of swap shop Louis stuff. But so I would go that. So you're talking about being up there downtown Dallas at midnight, right? And most of the time, I had a buddy, or I always had somebody that was willing to go with me. And we'd walk around the shop. I usually had a budget. I had X number of dollars. I was looking for stuff for the store or whatever. And they'd spend that and we'd leave. So usually by a couple hours, 3 hours, we've headed back. Well, Dallas is 2 hours away. Well, we got maybe 15 minutes outside of Dallas. It wasn't that long. Pulled over into Whataburger. Grabbed some stuff at the drive-through Whataburger, and we just got back on the interstate, man, when the when the lights come on behind me, and it's like I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I wasn't speeding. I wasn't, anything. And pulled us over, and it's, on the loudspeaker, right? They're like, step out of the vehicle, hands, where we can see them, and then it's like, okay, what in the world? And so anyway, do that, get out, got my hands up, and they're like, okay, start walking backwards, and at this time you can tell it's not on the loudspeaker. They're out of the vehicle, and I don't even get to the bed of the truck, man, until some dude's grabbing me. And so I'm like, what in the world's going on? And they were a little rough. And come to find out, there was an armed robbery, and the color of the truck matched my truck, but I was driving a Ford, and the actual truck was a Chevrolet. And there was the first 3 digits of the license plate, or letters of the license plate, were the same.
So you were driving one of those assault Fords.
Yeah. So anyway, so they lock us down and cuffed us up, man, and we're there, and I was like, "What's going on?" And he's like, "Where's your wallet?" And I'm like, "It's your ID," and I'm like, "It's in my back pocket," Anyway, he pulls it out, and I'm like, what's going on, And he's like, got a report, y'all just robbed a store. And I'm like, dude, we just come out of Whataburger. I'm like, go look in the truck. I was like, the receipt's even there, that has the time on it. I mean, so anyway, and then the other guy, he put my buddy in the back of the cruiser, and so he apparently is on the radio over there, and so he's talking to them, and he's kind of walking around the truck, and he comes back and he's like, yeah, we got the wrong truck. The guy's like, what? He's like, yeah, it's a Chevrolet, license, blah, 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 blah. So anyway, they got my buddy out of the back. They uncuffed me, and they apologized. And, it seemed like it took forever, but our Whataburger wasn't even cold. You know what I mean? I mean, it was maybe 10 or 15 minutes, maybe total. But, had I hopped out or got all huffy, like, what did I do wrong? I didn't do nothing wrong. I didn't violate my rights. Like, shit. They think I freaking, robbed a freaking place at gunpoint. You know what I mean? It's like, they could have fired first and asked questions later. And unfortunately, I wouldn't have had my day. They capped my rear end. I wouldn't have even had my day in court. So you got to be careful with stuff like that, I guess. I tell that story pretty regular just to say that, even white boys, all this profiling on, minorities and stuff like that, I get it. But sometimes even bad things happen to white people that get pulled over. And it's like, if you don't be smart about it, that could have ended badly. And not just me, but if my buddy that was with me, if he would have mouthed off or something, And I remember him saying to me before we ever got out, he's like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "I don't know. Just do what they say."
So Defense Dad says that, well, CloverTech does look awful sketchy.
I could be sketchy sometimes, but not armed robbery sketchy.
Right?
I might embezzle $3 or $4 million in savings bonds or something like that, but not armed robbery. I wouldn't do that.
Those are all allegations. You would never attempt to do that kind of stuff.
He's telling stories about reaching stuff on the top shelf. There's no way he's reaching stuff on the top shelf.
Right. Well, probably more like the next to the top shelf, but usually the top shelf, I have to climb up on the bottom shelf to get through the top shelf. But yeah, if I was ever going to do anything like that, dude, I'm going to go all diehard on, you know what I'm saying? I'm
right.
I'm like, I want millions of dollars. I'm going to steal millions of dollars or something if I'm doing that. It's going to be worth my time. This whole crap where people rob a liquor store for $32 is, no, thank you. No, thank you.
Right. So, I guess according to Kingpin, I just won a Guns and Barbecue monthly giveaway.
Whoa.
This makes like the third time.
Rigged.
The first time,
Mhm.
I donated most of it to the Poor Conservative. The second time, I donated the whole thing to Rob D, the New York Outcast. And this time, it's going to go to somebody else. So
That just means he don't cook.
I cook.
Mm-hmm. So I give away all your cook winning stuff, huh?
Mhm.
The knives that I use are Cutco knives that are super damn sharp, and I've had them forever. And they have a lifetime warranty. If anything happens to them, I can send them back, and they will either sharpen them, replace them, or whatever. So,
Man, there was a guy that had some beautiful knives, and we are talking about kitchen knives at Tulsa this last time. And I walked by, his booth stayed pretty well covered up. And I kept walking by and looking at him, walking by, so every time I'd walk by, I was like, man, I'm like, those sure are awesome. And especially he had a few cleavers there. I'm all about some cleavers. And I was like, man, anyway, so about the fourth or fifth time, I guess, I walked by there, he was having a conversation with a guy, and I was able to eavesdrop as I was walking by. And he's like, yeah, he's like, we're running a special for the show. He said they're 40% off. He says, which makes them $6.95. And I'm like, okay, I'll just keep walking, and I'll make sure I don't go back by there, because I'm not paying $700 for like 8 knives. And I'm like,
So-
if it's that much for 8 knives, there's no way I can afford that one cleaver. I'm like, so
I'm thinking
out.
like $7 a knife. I'm like, shit, that's not bad. What do you think?
No,
Too
he
cheap,
was
but
$695
$700. Good
for
God.
like 10
That's a
knives. I
Honda.
mean, they was in a block, knife block. There was probably 10 knives in there or something like that for $700. I'm like,
yeah, it's
nah,
probably Cutco.
I'm good. I'm sure they were good
Damn.
knives. I'm not knocking the guy for the knives, but I'm like, holy crap! Be all right. Be all right.
Wow.
I've got a few good knives here at the house. Like I said, I've got a couple of really good cleavers, and then I got a whole bunch of junky ones. But it just depends on what you're cutting. Honestly, the junky ones. I mean, if you're just slicing off a chunk of a chunk off a block of cheese, or cutting your freaking sandwich in half or something. I mean, it don't take a high dollar knife to get that done.
So these shears right here,
Yeah.
they come apart into like a 2-piece. But if you look, you can see where they will friggin' cut through a penny, no problem. There's like no pressure really needed to do that. They
Wow.
are super damn sharp. And
Well, that would take a finger off.
oh yeah, that knife there is really, really nice.
I guess
So
if
yeah,
you
if you're
cook or
talking,
butcher, somebody that works with them for a profession daily, there's probably a difference.
Yeah.
Like
It's the same as
nice.
it's the same Rob as mechanics and their tools, right? So I mean, when I mechanicked, I had Jesus, $60,000 or $80,000 worth of tools, probably, snap on and just all that kind of stuff. And when you're using them day in and day out, to make a living, it makes a difference. But now, I got Cobalt, Craftsman, Stanley, Hypertech, Duralast. I just got a whole, plethora of different cheap tools. And for what I do around the house and stuff, occasionally and piddling around, they work fine. I don't need Snap-on and all that. But yeah, I'm sure it's the same way with cutlery.
Like this knife here, the spatula spreader. So it's a dual purpose. you can cut your bagel because it has a very sharp point, and then you can spread your, whatever your mayonnaise or cream cheese. Yeah, these are not cheap knives. I can tell you right now. I used to work for them. I
So
sold them.
those that
So
have the holes in them, I've got a couple of knives like that. Man,
those are
they're
like
not
your cheese knives, your meat knives.
and they're not expensive, but God, I hate cleaning those. Oh my God, I hate trying to.
Well,
Clean
these are like $80 a piece.
I don't like them. They get hung up. Oh, there's a cleaver.
Yep, there's a cleaver, $229 worth of sheath.
Yeah, they're not
So
cheap.
what are you chopping all the time?
Me?
Yeah,
Dude,
what's
I'll
your
use a cleaver. I
fascination?
use a cleaver for all. Cleaver just is you're able to chop. I mean, it's got the weight behind it, and then if you keep it sharp, you can
Scoop.
slice with it too. So I mean, I can slice with it just the same as if I was using a butcher knife or something. It's just to me, it's versatile. It's like a one and done tool for me. And it aggravates the crap out of my wife, man, because I'll grab the cleaver and she's like, "Oh my God, you're grabbing the cleaver again," whatever, And I'm like, "Yeah, but I mean, I know it's gonna work. You know what I mean? It's like I know I can use it for just anything.
Yeah. Well, if
But
you
I
can
do
do
a
it
lot
all
of,
with one, why not?
but I do a lot
Why
of,
watch 5 versus 1?
yeah, but I do a lot of, do a lot of barbecue and smoking and stuff like that too, though, right? So I mean, it's perfect for things like that.
I have this set right here, the Homemaker set with tray.
Which one? The one on the left or the right?
It's the one that's kind of highlighted for $1,026.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
That's crazy, man.
I did not
I
pay
hate
that
those
because
wooden blocks. I think those are like just a dirt magnet.
Yeah.
I didn't pay that because, like I said, I
You
worked
stole
for
them.
them.
That's when they fired your ass.
I worked for
Right.
them, and you had to buy your own set, but you got it for it was like $170
Hmm.
to buy the set
Nice.
to be able to go through and do your distributing, showing them
Yeah.
people how to use it and stuff like that.
Like
Soon as
some
I
type of
quit-
pyramid scheme.
As soon as I quit, those suckers would have been on Craigslist.
Oh no, those knives are so friggin' nice. I could never get rid of them.
Do you practice throwing them? Do you have like a dartboard in the kitchen? At least you practice self-defense with them or something, right? As expensive as they are. Surely. Right?
Of course.
Yeah. Why not? I mean, if they're that tough, if they're that bad to the bone, I mean, they'll hold up to chunking them across the kitchen.
Yeah,
You think serial killers like good knives? Like
you better damn well believe you got to be able to make
Yeah.
sure you can get through the bone
things
easily.
like that.
Yep. When you think about
High
Jack the Ripper,
quality.
Jack the Ripper used surgical knives.
Yep, scalpels.
Mhm. I don't know if they called them necessarily scalpels back then, but yeah.
Bone
I
saws.
do believe I would have sold those damn things, and you could have got you a real Glock 20 instead of a 23.
Right. So
And
here's
shot-
my thing with really expensive knives that are really sharp, like you're talking about, G23.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else jump in and tell me if they've noticed this or not? So if you cut yourself with a dull knife, by God, you've cut yourself. But if you cut yourself you've got a really sharp knife, you can cut yourself and not even know it until you bled to death. Till you
Yeah.
look down and there's blood everywhere, puddled, and you're like, "Holy crap, what happened?" I don't know
So-
what it is about a really sharp knife, but it when it severs stuff, man, it severs nerves and stuff so clean you don't even feel it.
So when I first got those, and I was explaining all the knives to my aunt and uncle, trying to get them to buy a set, my cousin, when I was explaining the spatula spreader, she friggin' put it to her thumb and pulled it across because I said, it's kind of like a butter knife. I was like, it's kind of like a butter knife, but before I could even finish what the pitch was, she pulled it across her thumb and just filleted that thumb wide open. I was like, yeah, but you can cut with it. And she's like, "Oh yeah, you didn't tell me that. Well, you didn't let me finish speaking before you you wanted to be a moron." So it's kind of funny. But yeah, it was a damn deep cut, and she had to have a couple stitches put in her thumb.
I definitely state a dull knife's more dangerous. I definitely agree with that aspect or side of things. So, I don't know. I've been cut with like razor blades, things like that, and notice it. I guess maybe be a difference getting hit with a serrated blade or a rusty nail or something like that. But I don't think it's much better in a sense. Getting cut sucks either way, kind of.
Oh yeah.
You would think, I don't know, maybe a cleaner cut's going to heal better. So if it's more common, you do it all the time, maybe you'd have less scar tissue. I don't know.
Actually, I haven't tested the theory, but they say a jagged cut actually heals quicker and cleaner than a just a straight cut. So, like if you're using a serrated knife, that person's going to heal quicker than if you use a like a paring knife or a non-serrated blade.
Well, there would be more surface area to the wound, right? So if there's more surface area to the wound, and it would be smaller areas. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I could see that potentially. I could see it.
So
I don't know. I know, man, like paper cuts. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, those things sting and take forever.
There ain't nothing that hurts as bad as a freaking. You can cut your. I could literally chop my finger off with that freaking cleaver. Tie something around it, pick up my finger, put it on ice, go to the emergency room, and it hurt less than a paper cut. It's like, oh
Yes.
my god, it's like, and it's really weird.
Until you got the bill.
I can't remember what I cut myself on. I got a paper cut. I don't remember if it was aluminum foil or parchment paper or what it was, but it was something in the kitchen that wasn't a knife, right? It wasn't a sharp edge or anything, and it wasn't a piece of notebook paper or nothing. But I cut myself on something, and I want to say maybe it was parchment paper. It's like, holy crap! I ain't never that sucker hurt for a week.
Step flashing sucks. Like you cut your hand on that, trying to set it up under something, and it gets caught, or slice your palm. That's a nasty one. So,
Yep. Actually, my brother-in-law last night, he was like, he come in. We were doing family Thanksgiving. He come in with, bleeding all over the place, and there was some strapping. It's like little thin metal strapping. And he was supposedly loading up in the back of his truck. And anyways, like he should have asked for help. That's what he should have done. He also should have worn gloves. But anytime I'm doing anything like that, I typically will wear gloves. And but anyway, he was loading some crap up in the back of his truck, and he picked it up and it slipped. You know what I mean? And it cut, like sliced across 3 of his fingers.
Like started unrolling the tension of the coil when he picked it up within his grip.
I guess it was heavy anyway. Like I said, should have been more than one person, and it slipped. And when it slipped, I mean, he grabbed tighter, right? And of course, he was grabbing tighter as it was sliding, and it just it jacked him up. So it's like, I'm like, well, you probably won't be bowling Thursday night, will you?
Yeah, metal strapping, some nasty stuff. Had a friend's kid get all messed up with it. Brand new house. They, wanted something nobody ever lived in or died in. I don't know, rich people stuff. But needless to state, the whole thing was a disaster. But they moved out like 3 years later. But needless to say, the contractors or whatever, they got a deal on their little plot in this gated community thing. They didn't know it, but they were in like the flood zone where this little creek turns into like a massive river in the rainy
Yep.
season. Basement floods, all types of things.
Yeah.
But needless to say, when they kind of graded the backyard, I guess they dumped all the trash right in the yard and just kind of put topsoil over it.
Right.
So first get together, housewarming party and stuff. Little kid gets his foot all sliced up from a piece of metal strapping in the yard.
Yeah.
So it's nasty stuff, man.
That's
pretty crappy. Yeah. I tell you, I would have been pissed. That was my house. Tell you what.
So you talk about that, the flood zone thing. So there was a big there's a big lumberyard chain around here, and man, they built this big, nice new place and everything. And when we first started, they first started breaking ground. There wasn't any signs or anything, so we drove by and we're like, "Who's the dumb person that's out there building, something out there, right?" Because it's like there's a creek there, and it's like rarely does that flood, right? But when it does, brother, it floods, right? And so we thought that, and they come on up with it, and they're like, "Oh man, they're doing the lumber yard there," and it was about. It took a while. It took probably 6 or 8 years. You know what I mean? So they were nice and comfortable, and had their lumber yard up and everything else. And then one day we got one of those rains, and everything happened just right and everything. And that store and everything else was about 12 foot underwater. It was insane. You could see like the top of the tin barns where they put all the lumber, and then the building, like the roofs. That was like it, like all of their trucks. And I'm talking their big trucks that they deliver the lumber in. They were all underwater. Like the whole freaking thing was just underwater. So it's been. Matter of fact, they're supposed to open back up in December, but they moved. They sold that property and they're rebuilding. They got insurance money, I'm sure, for it, but they moved to another part of town that's not next to a creek. So, but the insurance company probably paid pretty good. So I mean, all the money they made while they was there, and when you own multiple lumber yards, I mean, does it suck? Yeah, but I mean, it would really suck if it was a mom and pop that just had the one store. But that being a fairly big chain, they've got. I don't know. They probably got a dozen different locations around here. So
was it Boise Cascade?
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say because they're a huge lumber mill, paper manufacturing.
Yeah.
I kind of pissy about that.
It's called Harry's Building Materials Inc. So Harry Tosh is the guy that owns it. Him and my grandfather been really good friends for years. But yeah.
This area, there's little points where it's kind of the same thing. It don't flood often, but when it does, it's really bad.
Yeah.
And one of the stores in that point was a pet store, and when floods came in, all the pets drowned in the cages.
Yeah.
I just stuff like that I think is kind of shitty. I know they look at it as numbers, but I think that's just morally shitty.
I think
you know what I mean?
You said that
the pet store is right back there to this day.
So, it's bad. You say that, and it's just gonna sound horrible. But do you want to know what popped into my head when you said that?
Pet Cemetery.
Pee Wee Herman's Big Adventure when the pet store's on fire and he's running in saving them. I could imagine the water rising and Pee Wee Herman running in there trying to get the animals out of the.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious. He keeps going by the snakes and making faces, like the snakes is the very last thing he takes. He brings out. But yeah, oh my God. But no, that's horrible. Like, that's like totally horrible. Like, drown all your pets. Like,
yeah, I think so too. Pretty crappy, man. As a chain or whatever, I definitely want to change locations. I mean, you think you would. Yeah, I don't know, with PETA and all that. So even if you didn't naturally just want to, you think it probably be a good idea just business wise.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I don't know.
with PETA, you'd have to get on their radar before it was any, ever be anything. A small enough place, they're, probably not going to be paying any attention to it.
It's a pretty big, well-known chain.
Oh,
I
well,
don't really want to throw names out there or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I should. Petco, the hell with them. So
yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to remember which one I had an issue with. I had some African cichlids that I was raising, and oh man, it was awesome to get baby guppies to feed them. They would, man, that was the best way to get them to grow. And had a big old huge tank. They were beautiful fish, and made pretty good money raising them and selling them and stuff. And anyway, I can't remember if it was Petco or PetSmart, but I went in there one day. I was when I first, somebody was like, "Oh man, you need to be feeding them like baby guppies." They're like, they'll grow so much faster and they'll be so much more healthier and stuff if you do that. And I'm like, okay. So yeah, I went into one of those and was asking them about. I was like, "You got any feeder fish?" And they were thinking like bottom feeder, or something. And I'm like, "No."
Goldfish.
And they're like, "What? You're gonna feed fish to other fish? Oh no, we can't sell you any fish if you're gonna do that." I'm like, "Okay, bye." And so anyway, I bought some. I just set up a whole other tank, and then guppies are easy to breed anyway. You know what I mean? And I just set up another tank and just started breeding my own.
That's hilarious, because if you look at like the pet enclosures most of those stores have for things, like the average person, you walk around, you're with your kid, they want this or that, you see this little thing, you see the little cage to set up, you're running numbers, you say, all right, pick it up, and you go home, start researching online, and find out like that's like a third of the size of what they recommend and all this, and it's like,
right.
It's like, holy shit, like, I didn't know all that, like, well, wait a minute now, and then you start looking at those pet stores like torture shops,
I mean, it's not like they're riding in a Honda or something.
Yeah. So, like Ozzy says, he used to have an Oscar and he fed him goldfish. Well, back in the day, my uncle had a saltwater lionfish.
Oh wow!
And we would feed them goldfish, and you had to be careful because you had a time when you dropped the goldfish in, because if you accidentally touched that lionfish, especially the spines up the back, those are poisonous.
Yeah. And
you will be envenomated.
Yep.
And it hurts like a mofo.
Yeah.
I watched a grown man start crying and like begging to go to the damn hospital, but you can't really do anything. You just got to live through the pain.
Yeah.
They can give you some painkillers, but there's. Huh?
Did you laugh at him?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I would have laughed my ass off and been like, remember, dude, you paid to get that.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, okay, so it was like a running joke. My uncle would be like, we'd start arguing or whatever. We'd start, kind of play fighting or shoving each other. And you'd be like, "You want to take this outside?" And he'd be like, "Yeah." And so you'd go open the door and he'd walk out. You shut the door and lock the door. And he'd fall for it multiple times.
Yeah.
Did he really
So
fall
then
for it?
what? You threw a fish at him?
Right.
No, I mean, he'd be the one getting locked out of his own damn house.
My wife and I have talked multiple times about, getting another tank and all. And it was just, because the conversations we had was how you could just lay on the couch. It's like, screw the TV. You don't even need the TV. Just lay on the couch. And it was just so peaceful to lay there and you hear the water, because it had, we had really great circulation. So with all the bubbles coming up and the waterfall going and everything else, and then beautiful fish, right? Because like those African cichlids were all kinds of bright blues and yellows and oranges and stuff. And it was just, man, it was so peaceful, so wonderful. You could lay there literally for hours, just lay there and watch the fish tank. It's crazy, but all the upkeep and everything is what sucks.
Oh, yeah.
So
Making sure that you have the perfect pH. If there's salt water, how salty is the water?
yeah,
You
no, I
know,
didn't have
you're-
to worry about that. But yeah.
Well,
And
cleaning
then,
the rocks, the filters,
Oh, yeah.
glass,
Yep.
straining
Make-
everything out, making the
Yep.
trips back and forth. It's
making
a
sure that
pain in
you
the butt.
And it
making
makes
sure
a
that you have the
difference.
water, a spare tank or something that you can put the fish in while you drain their tank and
Yep.
clean everything.
Well, but it's
And
got to be like we can't put the rural water. We couldn't use that, so we would have to go over my grandfather's house. There's actually a well over there with a pump. We've got 2 wells here, but there's no pumps or anything. I just keep saving them in case I ever need to, I need to tap into them. But carting water from over there for this big, huge freaking tank, and several trips with those 5-gallon water jugs, like the, you know what I'm saying, like you get office
Yeah.
water in. And it's like several trips with those you got to make and cart those in and done. And it's
like the
oh
one
my
that
God,
Rob's got in his living room.
Oh my God, yeah. But I mean, it was such a pain. And then and you don't realize, but I mean, when you've got something that, especially colorful fish, you're right. I mean, keeping the water pH and everything right, I mean, that affects the color that they are. I mean, they'll start getting dingy looking if the pH is off, or if you get too many in there, or if their diet's not right, or if there's just so many freaking issues that go on,
Make-
and then temperature
making
They
sure that
want
control.
to kill each other half the time.
Make-
Throw
I
fish
never
in
had
there and they're gone.
I never had a problem, even with the smaller ones. I never had a problem with the cichlids eating other smaller cichlids, because they had some, and they would get fed like some of the smaller ones couldn't eat even the baby guppies, because they just weren't big enough. But the bigger ones never did really pick on them or mess with them much. But they got fed regular. You know what I mean? So they really didn't have a reason to pick on the ones in their family or whatever, the ones that looked like them. And there was a lot of hiding places too. I had all kinds of cool, like sunken ships and, all kinds of places that the little ones could get into, but the big ones couldn't. You know what I mean? And so
Talk about how much money you get wrapped up in your tank based upon all the friggin'.
There was no telling.
Because
some of those cichlids, dude, I sold for $80 to $100. Some of them.
Oh yeah, and then you figure it's like those sunken ships or the coral reefs and stuff like that.
Yep.
Some of those things can go for upwards of $400 or $500 or more.
Yeah, I don't think any of the accessories were quite that expensive, but like the one of the aeration systems was the kind that goes under the gravel, goes in the bottom,
Mhm.
and it's got the tubes that go up the side and all that. Oh man, that's amazing for trying to help keep stuff filtered and clean. But that's a pretty pricey setup when you're talking about a big tank. I mean, I had like a 100-gallon tank, and so that's pricey. The tank itself was not cheap. It was
I
crazy.
recommend looking around for a U setup, because I had a
Right.
100-gallon that I got off a guy like dirt cheap because he was tired of the maintenance,
Right.
tired of the
Yeah,
bullshit.
right.
You know what I mean? This and that. Kids were supposed to deal with it and they're not, and blah blah blah. And
And
I
then,
sold mine. I
basically-
sold mine dirt cheap when I sold it all.
so I had it, and we had it for I don't know a couple of years, and then I got to the same damn point. Like I'm just
and then when you
tired
have
of
to,
dealing with it all the time. So, and I sold it off cheap, just like the other. I think I actually made money. I think, but I still sold it off cheap, like compared to 2-3 of the inside items were equal to the cost of the whole setup I sold it for,
Right.
and I made a few bucks.
So
I would definitely look around used.
we were talking about the pet stores. I had some friends that owned a pet store, so I got to see, a little mom and pop place, local place, and so I got to see, all kinds of cool animals and stuff like that. And that's where I kind of got into the fish thing originally, anyway. But Ting out there was talking about feeding mice to snakes. I will
Yep.
tell you something. If you've never seen this before, and you're a little bit on the morbid side, in the deranged side, which I like to think I am, it's pretty awesome to watch. But so they had, I don't remember what it was, but it was some type of a monitor lizard. And this dude was big. This dude was, from snout to tail, was every bit of 2 foot, every bit of 2 foot, and maybe, I mean, he was thick. On top of that, and he was fine for the most part. I even was able to pick him up and hold him a few times and stuff, and he was fine. But I'm gonna tell you what, when it was feeding time, holy crap, he would only eat live. He wouldn't eat like a dead frozen mouse or anything, right? And he would only eat live because it's like he had to kill it. And that was the most brutal thing that you will ever watch in your entire life, is that monitor lizard kill that mouse before he eats it. It's just, it's unbelievable how violent it is. It's crazy. I mean, he would grab it and sling it up against the side of the cage, and then he would grab it and roll around with it, and then he'd grab it again and sling it again, and then it's like he beat on it and slung it around for just about half dismembered it, and probably broke every bone in his body and everything else before he finally decided to eat it. It was just a bloodbath. It was insane. I'd never seen anything like it the first time that they showed me. And every time that I went, I was like, "Are you going to feed the monitor lizard today?" And they're like, "No, it's not time." You know, man, I want to see that again. I got to see it a few other times, and it was just as amazing the other times.
You got issues, man.
It's it's nature, but it's like, it just goes to show how, like, animals are so just violent with stuff. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't understand it. He could very easily just grab the mouse and swallow it. You know, he's so much bigger than that mouse. But, and I say mouse, rat, but he was, man, he was just so violent with it. It was crazy. And it was crazy how he was, you know, if it wasn't feeding time, you know what I mean? It was crazy because they'd be walking around the store holding him or something. And you're like, how does he not bite your finger off? Or, you know, it's just crazy.
So, one of my friends that I went to school with and I played football with, his parents owned a pet shop, and they had an exotic handler's permit. And so at home they had 3 piranhas in a tank. And we decided, because we were young and dumb, we would take and like prick our finger and see who could hold, you know, try to like put it in the water and then pull it back before the piranha would bite you.
Right.
Yeah. Well.
Nope.
Yeah,
did you huff paint too?
No.
Yeah.
But you do kind of crazy stuff on, you know, truth, you know, hey, let's dare people to.
He built a lot of.
Now it's truth or dare with your 2 buddies.
He built a lot of model cars and rockets back in his younger days. All that,
yes,
all that glue. All that
yeah, something like that.
So that explains why he shoots 10mm light.
So the Save store, they had, for the longest, they had a parrot. And I can't remember what kind of parrot it was. It was a fairly big parrot. It was bigger than like an African gray, and he was green. But he, his name was Paco, and on the cage, they would just, when they got there in the morning, they would just open the door to the cage, and he would occasionally fly somewhere in light, but he pretty much just walked around the top of his cage and stuff, and he would fly and light on their shoulders every now and then, or, you know, something like that. But anyway, there was a sign on the cage that says Paco lies, because you walk by Paco and he would go, Paco doesn't bite. Paco doesn't bite. Paco doesn't bite. But as soon as you put your finger up there and get anywhere close to him, Paco would bite. Paco would bite.
Some of them birds are vicious, man.
Once he got used to you, he didn't. And I knew another guy that he raised big birds, right? The big African birds.
Yeah.
And he lives, I don't know, 10 or 15 miles, or used to live 10 or 15 miles from here. I don't even know if he's even alive anymore. But, geez Louise, man, he like macaws and like big, huge birds, right? The big, beautiful, huge ones. And anyway, you talk about scary. Like those birds, like the macaws and stuff.
Yeah.
Snap your
Man.
finger like a pretzel.
Dude. And the freaking, they got eagle talons nearly. Those are huge birds, man. Huge. But it was crazy. I was over there one day. I think I was either installing the satellite system or probably working on something, doing a service call on it or something. And he was like, yeah, I've got somebody coming over to tomorrow. He's like, probably tomorrow, got somebody coming over to pick up a bird. And I'm like, oh, really? And he's like, yeah. And he was like, the big birds like that. He's like, he's like, when they start to hatch, he said, I want the owner to be here and for that person to be the first thing that bird sees. And like the big birds, right? Like the baby birds will get attached because they like think it's their mama, or whatever. And I was like, that's weird. He's like, yeah. He's like, so I like people to be here if they at all can. He said it makes the transition so much easier. He said in the training and everything else, just so much easier if, you're the first person they see and you're the person that they spend the majority of their time with from the time that they hatch. But yeah, it's what amazed me. He had whatever they call it. I don't know what they call it with a bird sanctuary thing outside, an atrium or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. But yeah, he had all the netting, poles up and the netting, and he had all kind of weird trees and all that. And he would just walk out through there, dude. And I mean, these big, huge, like I said, these were the size of eagles or something. They're huge freaking birds, man. And he'd walk down through there. And I was a little leery, man. I was like, man, one of these birds could take you out if they wanted to.
Jurassic Park, man.
If you think about some of the pets that we keep and how easy it would be if they really wanted for them to take and end your life.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
those people deserve it, though. I mean, that's like gambling. You want to sleep with your 14-foot python. You're taking chances. You're rolling the dice.
Yeah, but you're taking chances with your little chow chow also.
Nah, you could boot that son of a bitch into the neighbor's house. We had.
I was going to say, my Chihuahua, I don't know. There ain't nothing that shit can do.
The Chihuahua, that'd be. But if you have like a
chow
chow
if you get drunk and pass out,
I will say
can't move, maybe it'll eat you.
Thank God, Chihuahuas are not the size of like a Doberman, because if they were, they would be the most vicious animal on the planet.
But would they? Because would they still have little dog syndrome at that
point?
Well,
what I'm saying is, if all things were the same except for their size, they would be dangerous, dude. Golly, dangerous.
I think house cats would be bad. Like if house cats were, the size of horses or something.
Yeah.
Oh, we'd be screwed, man.
Yeah.
Your first reaction would be to run, and of course they're going to hunt you down and bat you around and rip your legs off.
Just because they don't like you.
I've got a Tortie.
Because they're hungry or they want to eat you. Just simply because they can, they'll do it.
I've got a Tortie, and she had an attitude one day, and I went to pick her up to put her in a carrier, and that's when we were moving from Washington down to Oregon, and she straight bit through my thumb, through the nail and everything, and pierced all the way through. It friggin' hurt.
Mine will, and we don't have a lot of people over anymore or nothing like that, especially now that the kids are all grown and out of the house. But, I would tell people would come over, and oh man, she would just raise all kinds of cane when somebody like new come over or whatever. And if you didn't live in the house, she never really got used to anybody, unless you lived in the house. But she would eventually kind of warm up to them, right? She would like be playful with them and get them to pick her up. And I don't know how many times I've told people, I'm like, they'll pick her up. Oh, Lucy, do the puppy, and whatever. I'm like, do not put her in your face. I'm like, just don't. Because I'm telling you, she's playing you. She wants you to pick her up and get her close enough that she can bite your nose. And I've told people that repeatedly. And they'll get to playing with her or whatever, or they'll be sitting on the couch and they'll let her get like up on their chest or something. That way she's within reach of their nose. And she'll be all nice and playful and everything else. And the next thing you know, it's like snap. And they're like, oh, and I'm like, I told you, don't get your face next to hers. Don't do it. Because she will. She won't me, and she never did my wife or the kids or anything else. But other people, it's like, don't even, because she will do it.
I had a 120-pound Brindle Pit and Rot Mix, and I taught him to box. And so, you double up and you'd be like, you want to box? And so he'd get up there and you'd box with him for a while. But then you'd see him like start to squat. And I would tell people all the time, if he starts to squat, cover up. I mean, cover up. Because he's a dirty boxer.
All right.
And people wouldn't listen. And all of a sudden he'd, start to squat and they're like, oh, you're done. And he would box him right and just nail him right in the nuts. And you'd see him just double up in the fetal position. And the dog would just like pretty much kind of laugh at him. Because he thought, like, yeah, dude, you're a dirty boxer.
And that's when he kicked the dog right in the, what? Be like, yeah, you like that?
My brother had a dog, and this dog was not even he was a rig dog, man. I forgot where he was at. He was like out in West Texas, and this dog like wandered up, all scraggly, and wandered up on the rig site, and, ended up out there 2 weeks or something like that. My brother finally just brought him home, and, he just, on his hitches, he'd load him back up in the truck, take him back out, But I'm going to tell you what, this was, who knows what this dog was, right? He was a mix of no telling what. But I'm going to tell you what, this dog, he was a pretty big dog, but was the basketball playingest dog that you would ever see in your life. It was the most amazing thing. And my brother never said he didn't really ever teach him. He was just out shooting hoops one day, and the dog was out there. The next thing you know, the dog just caught on to what was going on. And you could bounce the ball, or you could even alley-oop it, and the dog would jump and headbutt the ball to try to shoot it toward the basket. It was the most amazing thing. And my brother finally bought, like the rubber balls, like a kickball, right, that you get? Mm-hmm. My brother finally got like a softer ball that way, because a basketball dog.
Oh yeah, those are hurt.
I mean, a little bit hard, right? So he finally got softer balls that he would use and for playing with the dog. And that dog got to where the dog was pretty good. That dog you could alley-oop it to him, and he would jump up and nose that thing at like the free throw line, man, and nothing but net. It's crazy.
Cigarettes woman.
She say she saw that movie, Air Bud.
Air Bud? I've never seen Air Bud, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, with the golden retriever.
Sounds like your dog that you're talking about.
Yeah, man, guy should have retired after making commercials and all that stuff.
Yeah, you would think, but no.
Border Collies are pretty smart dogs. They learn by seeing a lot of times, And so, yeah. A lot of dogs.
He could have had a little mix of Border Collie in him. Could have, and he could have had some retriever. Who knows? Mm-hmm. I mean, literally, who knows? They called him Oreo, and he was mostly white with a little bit of black. So there wasn't any golden in him at all, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Yeah, because when a dog's a Heinz 57, it doesn't always mean that they're going to, take every trait.
Caught on, I guess, and figured out that, well, the object was to make the ball go toward the hoop, or whatever. And yeah, it was interesting. Now, obviously, he couldn't dribble or,
Yeah.
do anything crazy like that. But
So we've been joined out in the crowd by Mario Molina. Welcome, bud. He's like, what the hell is going on in here, dude? We've been through almost every damn topic you could think of tonight.
yeah,
We've
pretty
been lots
much.
of rabbit holes.
So we've got Byron SVG out in the crowd.
Baron.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say Mr. Foss's co-host is out in the crowd. Yeah, I mean, hell, if you would have been here about 2.5 hours ago, you would have thought that 4 of us were going to start duking it out.
Yeah, I didn't come in until after that. Thankfully,
No, wasn't
I
that
didn't want to
bad.
get in the I didn't want to get in the middle of that one. But I haven't followed all that much anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of intricates of different aspects on cases that you never completely know
No,
unless
what
you're either on the jury or you were there firsthand.
right, and it's what I said out there in the chat when y'all were going through that. Is like with a lot of these, especially these high profile things, you know, um, it's one bad decision leads to another bad decision, leads to somebody else that makes a bad decision, and somebody else makes a bad decision, and then this person makes another bad decision, and it's like it gets so messy, right? I mean, if everybody does everything perfectly, there's no bad decisions made. We don't hear about crap like that in the news. You know what I mean? There's no story there, and so
Yeah.
it's
I mean, whatever.
There's no story, there's no controversy or anything like that.
Whatever happened to your it was a case, I think it was down in Austin. I might be wrong on the city, where a guy was dropped off at a convenience store, and another guy ended up was gonna rob him, and this was right after constitutional carry had come into effect, like a couple days, and the guy pulled his gun and shot the dude in the face, defending himself.
Man, in the face.
In the face.
Right in the kisser.
Like whatever happened. Well, the dude lived. I mean, they I don't know if maybe he died later of his injuries.
Surprisingly enough, the head is not the best place to shoot. There is, even with a direct hit, the skull is hard. And depending on the ammunition, depending on the angle at which the projectile hits, there's been lots of cases that, it'll get in under the skin and basically travel around the back side of the head and go out. It'll, what I'm saying? It'll basically ricochet under the skin.
Well,
I talked with a guy. Where did I meet that guy? I'm trying to think. Where did I meet that guy? Was that at Tulsa? Or was it somewhere else? Where was I at? Dang it. But I met some guy that had been shot. And he got shot in the head. And that happened to him. And I don't remember where I was at when I was talking to him. He had like a bandage on his head. And we were talking, and he's like, "Yeah, I got shot." And I'm like, "What?" And I didn't get into the specifics because I'm not really that nosy of a person.
Why?
But
no,
it was that way with him. He got shot in the head, and it fractured his skull and whatever, but it didn't penetrate the skull. You know what I mean? It fractured it. It rode around and come out, ricocheted off, and then come back out.
Late 80s, early 90s. There was a guy who was working at a little mom and pop store in Seattle, and he was also going to college at the time. Well, he closed up the store, and he's like, well, I need to go do a little bit of my college work. And so, he's like, I'm the only one here. So he went home, did some of his college work, went back to go finish up stocking the store and cleaning the store. Well, the owner of the store had showed up. And so the kid came in and was doing his work, and the boss heard the commotion, and he thought his store was being robbed because he didn't think anyone was there. He thought that the kid had already did everything and went home for the night. Well, he came out of the back and pulled his 357 and accidentally shot the kid in the head, thinking it was a robber. And
say accidentally.
In
And
the head.
when he realized, oh shit, this is my employee, he felt horrible and everything, and he ended up paying 100% of the hospital bills, and then ended up paying for the rest of his college tuition and everything.
And they say the guy lived?
Yeah, the guy lived.
357 to the head, and the guy lived.
Missing half of his damn head.
He must have got those rounds from the same guy Artec. It's his.
Right.
Hey, piss on y'all. Those were free. I didn't pay for them.
It's crazy, man. If you're not going into soft tissue, I mean, especially if you're talking about defensive rounds, they're designed for soft tissue, and I mean, there ain't nothing soft about people's heads.
But
all right, well, I'm gonna jump. It's late for me, so y'all have fun.
You want to plug your channel before you get out of here, or one of your 5 channels?
Not really. People don't know what I got going on, and it's beyond their comprehension, I suppose. But anyway, y'all have a good evening and a good rest of your weekend.
Yep, you too.
Take it easy, Clover.
Later. I put a link to his channel earlier.
Sounds like some undercharged ammo to me.
Do you remember that story, Foss?
I remember hearing something about that. But that guy must have had a big, thick head, too. He must have one of those Neanderthal man heads. Now, I've heard of people getting ricochets off of being shot in the head with like 25s and 32s and 22s, but I've never heard of one getting a ricochet off a 357.
Yeah, it was a full-on shot. I mean, took out, it was like the left side of his head.
Oh, so he did lose mass.
Gone.
Right? Yeah, he lost.
Yeah, he lost like the left side of his head.
And he was still able to function?
Yeah, he was still able to. It took a while for him to relearn how to do everything, but yeah, he ended up living a full life.
Well, yeah, because the other side of your brain's got to take over.
I mean, he had to relearn how to eat and tie shoes right and everything and speak. But yeah, he ended up living, and it was actually a pretty amazing damn story.
Was the guy like, what kind of store was this?
It was a little mom and pop convenience store, like grocery store.
I'm just trying to, I mean, I just wonder why he shot him. I mean, he didn't identify a target or anything. Well, still, I mean, what's he got in his hand? What's, what makes it instantly lethal?
Half his head was missing.
I mean, well, just because somebody might be there. I mean, where does the threat part come in? That you just, as soon as you see him, you just shoot him. I mean, it could be your employee.
Well, it turned out to be
could
his
be your
employee.
kid's friend sneaking in the window. I don't know.
But yes, have a good night, Burnaby. And
Was this in 2011?
I don't remember the exact year. It was. I can probably Google it.
That's what I did. I Googled it. Seems to be several stories. Videos available.
They get that damn tire change yet?
Oh hell, I don't know. I could care less. That's Jessica's problem. She wants to. Oh, this is a cheerleader got shot in the head.
No, this was a guy. This was it's probably a long ass time ago.
Joey Botafuco over here.
Well, that's why nobody knows.
Joey Botafuco. You say that? I know this was a long time ago, and it's just funny. Episode of In Living Color where Jim Carrey was playing Joey Botafuco, and he had one of the other chicks on the show was playing his wife, and she had her mouth all thrown to the side. Y'all don't remember that?
No.
And he was like, Joey Botafuco over here.
No.
Long Island.
Never into that In Living Color or any of that. Whose line is it anyway? Or all that crap.
In Living Color could
I've never been a damn sheep.
In Living Color could not have been on TV. Would not have been on TV today. It would be deemed way too offensive. I found it. I found a video.
What?
Of Joey Botafuco. I found the video I was talking about. I want you to go watch it. Here's your homework. Go watch it and tell me that's not funny as hell. Because I can't post it in the stream. I post it in a private chat.
Why can't you post it in the...
I thought only moderators could.
Don't you have a mod status?
I'm
pretty sure you do.
Got his check.
Oh, I don't have no blue wrench.
Sorry about your luck,
Send me $19.99 and he'll send you a wrench.
Send Rob $19.99, Voss $24.99, and me $29.95. And you might get a wrench. So.
Or meet him in the truck stop bathroom at 4 a.m.
You know about bathrooms and truck stops, don't you, Rob?
But so we're going on 5.5 hours. We're gonna wrap this up. Mr. Artak and Daughters, you want to plug your channel before we get out of here?
Sure. Let's see what we got going on. We got some ammo reviews, ammo hauls, I guess. Got a Rossi Model 92 cut that I gotta do for Wednesday. So yeah, we got 3 or 4 videos ready to come out for the next couple weeks.
Mr. Rob D, the New York Outcast.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for joining us. If you're interested in a display, RNL Displays. Have a great day. Evening.
And Makojo put a link out in the crowd, so Voss, you want to plug your channel before we get out of here?
No.
Maybe next Saturday, Sunday morning. However, he'll do a live stream. He may or may not put some videos out before then. Who knows? He did create the intro and the outro, so we're gonna play the outro.